Good evening. I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District's Board of Education back to order. Item 4.0, the call back to order, followed by 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you. Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read this evening by our student board member, Eng Olson.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, August 18th at 9 p.m. and Monday, August 19th at noon, and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Student Board Member Eng Olson. Item number 4.3, our Stellar Student Recognition. This evening's Stellar Student will be recognized by Vice President Wu. We have the Emotional Quotient Ambassadors from John F. Kennedy High School, Shakira Jeffries, a 2019 graduate, and Princess Ong, an incoming junior.
I'll try to make it through. Shakira Jeffries graduated from Kennedy High School in June 2019 after spending 4 years as a proud Kennedy Cougar. While at Kennedy, she participated in Link Crew and softball and was selected to be one of the school's 12 EQ ambassadors during her senior year. She'll be leaving for Mills College next week, where she will continue her education so that she can be a nurse practitioner later on in her life. She attributes her many successes and accomplishments to the most important people in her life: her mother, her grandmother, and her baby niece. Her greatest inspiration and motivator has been her mother, because her mother has taught her that working hard is worthwhile. Shakira believes that one of her greatest strengths is her ability to lead. As an EQ ambassador, Shakira used her leadership skills to serve the Kennedy community. When asked why she was so committed to the EQ ambassador program, she stated, "I felt like I could improve school culture and climate by bringing people together in a positive way, and that's what I did." Princess Ong will be starting her senior year this fall at John F. Kennedy High School. During her 3 years at Kennedy, she has participated in swimming, water polo, student government, basketball, and the EQ ambassador program. She looks forward to finishing high school and pursuing her education in medicine so she can be an oncologist. Seeing her mother go through the hardships associated with cancer and going to doctor's appointments with her mother has inspired her to help others who have been diagnosed with cancer. Her greatest role models and people who have inspired her are her mother, her father, Assistant Principal Budaraga, and her fellow EQ ambassadors. She believes that what motivated her to serve as an EQ ambassador was her own awareness of her lack of maturity and mistakes she made as a freshman in high school. She approached her EQ work as an opportunity to teach others how to acquire skills necessary to be productive community members and good human beings. She wants to help others be kind, empathetic, and understanding. Please join me in congratulating them, and you too have the microphone.
Hello, I'm Shakira, and I would like to thank everyone for coming out and giving me the opportunity to change my school in such a positive way and to see that my time at John F. Kennedy High School really was like worth it. And I was glad that I really had the time to make change.
Wonderful.
Hi, thank you for the award, and I would like to thank you, everybody in here, and especially our assistant principal, Ms. Petrago, for giving us this opportunity, for helping others, for being able to help others in our school with their mental health, especially. And yeah, it's been a great 3 years at John F. Kennedy High School. Thank you.
Congratulations. If you'll stay there for a moment, Vice President Wu is going to bring down your certificates of recognition and take a photo with you.
Thank you.
No, don't do that. Don't ruin their pictures. Congratulations. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, I have two announcements, followed by announcements by the superintendent. The announcements out of closed session by me is Resolution 2019-20-D, a resolution approving notice of intent to dismiss and imposition of suspension without pay and statement of charges against a certificated employee by a 7-0 vote by the board. By a similar vote, the board adopted Resolution 2019-20-E, a resolution approving notice of intent to dismiss and statement of charges against certificated employee. That concludes my announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Item 6.0.
Wait.
Oh, sorry, the superintendent also has a couple of important announcements.
Thank you, President Ryan. This evening, I'm pleased to announce that the board, by a vote of 6-0 with Member Wu absent, approved the appointment of Mr. Nathan McGill as Principal Ethel I. Baker Elementary School. I'm also pleased to announce this evening that the board, by a vote of 6-0 with board member Wu absent, approved the appointment of Ms. Michelle Blanton as principal at Leah Tata Floyd Elementary School. And I'm also pleased to announce this evening that the board, by a unanimous vote, 7-0, approved the appointment of Ms. Christine Bieda as Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you, Superintendent. We know that Ms. Bieda has a huge pair of shoes to fill after Iris's departure. Iris, we are so grateful for your commitment and service, and we're looking forward to having Christine Bieda occupy that seat next. 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Item 7.0, public comment on non-agendized items.
Madam President, if I may make a modest proposal to you and the board regarding public comment. The board has Board Bylaw 9323 stating that individual speakers shall be allowed 2 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. The only exception would be with board consent to lessen or slightly enlarge the presentation. At the last board meeting, there were some technical problems, but the board does not have the ability to silence a microphone from the podium. From a technological point of view, it does not have that ability to do so. So my modest proposal for your consideration, and in keeping with Board Bylaw 9323, is that the individuals who wish to address the board have their 2 minutes, and if the board desires, and the board wants to proceed accordingly, would have a 1-minute grace period for a total of 3 minutes, if allowed by you as the board president. But the parameters, unless there's consent from the entire board, is that it's a 2-minute presentation by your bylaw. You could allow, if you want, a 1-minute grace period for a total of 3, depending on the item, and that the total should be 15 minutes by your bylaw, but with the consent of the board, could be enlarged or diminished. If a speaker exceeds the 2 minutes plus a 1-minute grace period, I would suggest, but that again is a board issue that you can reflect on and decide whether or not you want to proceed, is that staff does have the ability to silence the microphone at the podium. You could permit the staff to silence the microphone after 2 minutes plus a grace period of 1 minute. But again, that's within your discretion as a board on proceeding for public comment. So that's the modest proposal I would make so that you can comply with Board Bylaw 9323. Sorry it took me so long.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. So for consistency and procedural purposes, I want to again reiterate, you are saying, consistent with what we have done before, each public commenter would have 2 minutes. We will wrap them up at 2 minutes should they continue beyond that, if the board agrees, at a certain time limit, and this point would be 1 minute over tech, and tech is actually the individuals with the ability to cut the mic, would be able to do that moving forward. Do we have a motion from the board for recognition of that agreement from a procedural standpoint and for consistency purposes moving forward?
Yeah.
We have a motion from Member Morowski. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Public comment 7.0. We have public comment on 9 non-agendized items. Again, we have 2 minutes per public commenter on each non-agendized item.
Thank you. I'll cut you up in order. Monica McRow, followed by Trudy Moore, Art Taylor, Cecile Nunley, Benita Ayala, Chris Pooley, Kara Seinhorst, and Nikki Malevsky.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Monica McRow. I'm the homeless coordinator for the district, and I coordinate the McKinney-Vento homeless services for our homeless students, and I also coordinate donations throughout the year for our neediest students, including homeless. And this all happens through Parker Family Resource Center, which is part of the Student Support and Health Services Department. I'm here tonight to acknowledge some of our donors who stepped forward to help our students start the year off right. And the first group that I want to acknowledge is the Franchise Tax Board. And I know some of you were at the event this week. I don't know what happened to the little video, but some of you were at the event this week. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. The Franchise Tax Board, their employees had a donation drive. They donated mini backpacks and school supplies. And they've also expressed an interest in continuing a partnership with our district. The other group I want to mention is the General Douglas MacArthur Lodge, oh, it is 853, and the SITCAP Foundation. This is a donor group that provides donations every year to Parker Family Resource Center. And this year they did that again. And they donated backpacks and supplies and hygiene products, and they focus on the middle and high school students, which have very special needs. And they've been very generous with our program as well. The other group that I want to mention is the Volunteers of America, and they do the Operation Backpack every year. And they've been an annual donor of our program. And in fact, we just picked up their donation today. And they provided about 5 pallets worth of supplies and backpacks for our students so that they could start the year off fresh. And then the last group that I want to acknowledge is the Sacramento County Office of Ed. And they very generously donated 2 large boxes of brand-new backpacks for our students.
Thank you.
So that's it.
You're-
Okay,
if
thank
you
you
can
very
please
much.
wrap up. Thank
Okay.
you. Ms. Nunley?
Well, good evening, board members, and sorry I missed last board meeting, but I wanted to bring up something that I would have talked about if I were here at the last board meeting, and that's the final attendance report for the year for the school district. One of the things that I did notice, and this is a report that's put out by School Services of California, and it talks about the average attendance rates. It is significant that Sac City Unified is not meeting any of the attendance rates by grade level for any of them. They're coming close on some, but many of them, especially for the kindergarten, it's at least full percentage point off. And I'd like to take the time, especially for those schools that are having significant problems, which is John Sloat, Woodbine Elementary, Father B. Kinney, Rosa Parks, and Isidore Cohen. They are the top 5 on the elementary that have significantly lower attendance rates. For the middle school, again, the district is almost not quite a full percentage point below what the state average is. For those schools, it's Kit Carson is the lowest. Number 2 is Rosa Parks again, and then Fern Bacon on the middle school. When it comes to the high school, again, the district is not meeting at the high school level. Number 1 is Hiram Johnson at 91.79% and Luther Burbank at 92.06% for their attendance rate. Most high schools in the state, they're at 93.45. These two are significantly lower than what it should be. The other thing that I noticed, and hopefully if I run out of time, is on the LCAP. And when you look at the LCAP and reading through it, one of the things
Can
that
you
I
please
noticed,
wrap up your comments? Thank you.
could I have someone yield?
Oh, do we have someone yielding your time? Okay, so we will reset the clock at 2 minutes.
Thank you. When I read the LCAP and I go through it, and I went through it very, very carefully, there's only one place that it talks about attendance, and that's in Goal 2 on page 113. And then it gives some passing comments on page 129 and 135. Other than that, there's no place in the LCAP that really addresses attendance for this school district. And I think that's a significant omission that should be addressed. And the board has had a chance to take a look at this document. You approve it, all of you approve it. It needs to address some of the issues significantly. And if we as parents can start taking a look and seeing what you're approving and make sure that it's addressing those needs, I think is a significant issue. So I just wanted to mention that tonight. Thank
you so much, Ms. Nunley.
Good evening. My first time talking before all of you. Good evening, board
Could
members.
you pull the mic in front of you? We can't hear you very well. Thank you.
My name is Trudy Moore. I've lived in Land Park and used the McClatchy High School track for over 20 years without incident. On August 2nd, McClatchy staff kicked me and 2 other athletes off the track simply because we were jogging laps around the track. They said the school district has a new policy, and I needed to go to the Cerna Center to get a permit if I ever wanted to use the track again. I immediately called the Cerna Center to get a permit. I was told they never heard of that policy. They would look into the problem and get back to me. A week later, the track was unlocked and opened for community use again. Since August 2nd, I've approached dozens of people using the track who were upset and confused when the track was suddenly locked up, and delighted when it was reopened. The school district is extremely fortunate to have community members who are responsible users of the track. Their presence deters people who misuse the track because they are able to witness and report them. Since August 2nd, some of the people I've met on the track include Olympian Kim Conley, who just won the bronze medal at the Pan American Games in Peru, missing first place by 1 second, a sub-4-minute miler training to qualify for the 2020 Olympics, 2 Junior Olympics runners and their coaches using the track because, quote, every other track in the city is locked up. The USA table tennis team, which is competing this summer in El Salvador, France, and Germany, a Harvard University soccer player, a Columbia University football player, a College of Redlands decathlete, a young man who just graduated from college on a baseball scholarship and is now training for the Sheriff's Office cadet program, a para-Pan American team member, she's blind, who is now training for track and field events. These people and many more model healthy lifestyles, discipline, teamwork, and scholastic and athletic success for McClatchy students. They inspire, motivate, and allow all of us to learn from each other. I hope the school board will continue to allow the community to have reasonable access to the track. We have no desire to use the track when our use conflicts with the school's use of the track. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board. My name is Art Taylor. I've been a Land Park resident since 1983. I'm a 1968 graduate of McClatchy. Go Lions. And I have 2 talking points, and I will make the 2 minutes. First one is to follow my colleague and ask that the school board investigate as far as why there's inconsistencies as far as locking, unlocking, signing in, not signing in, who is in control as far as being able to access, in this case, McClatchy's athletic field, to include the tennis courts. This is troubling because McClatchy in part is a route, and if you go from Land Park Drive to Freeport Boulevard, you can traverse through McClatchy, through Cal Middle School. That's the way to go. So I request again that we have an investigation to find out who's in charge. Is it Mr. Lambert? Is it one of his deputies? Who's in charge as far as having this gate open or not? If there are issues, investigate. And like what was just said, when good people are there on the track, it dilutes people from coming and doing damage. That's number one. The second thing is, as you know, McClatchy, Cal Middle School, Parker Riverside were built in the 1930s. They're old, they're antiquated, unfortunately, and they have little or no parking, accessibility, compared to Burbank, Johnson, Kennedy, other schools that were built later that were planned. So I also request that there be an investigation as to be able to increase parking, drop off, and pickup for security reasons, because right now it's a zoo. McClatchy has 2,450 kids. It's a zoo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barrios, do we have any more public comments at this time?
We have 4 more public commenters. If you could please line up in the order you were called. It was Chris Pooley, followed by Kara Seinhorst, Nikki Malevsky, and Sarah Williams-Kingsley.
Thank you, Board. My name is Chris Pauley. I've been teaching 20 years in the district, 16 at my current school, which is Luther Burbank High School. And I wanted to discuss the labor issues of the past couple of years. At the beginning of the labor issues, it was simply a question of whether or not it was the administration and the board not being able to do their job, or whether they were just doing stuff that we disagreed with and we thought was wrong, or whether they were doing something that was ethically wrong on purpose. And the answer, it seemed, might have been the first, when in early March, the FCMAT wrote to the superintendent and said that he did not have confidence that the district administration, quote, could, or they don't have the capacity or willingness to produce accurate data. So you would think that maybe it was just they didn't know. However, late this summer, it became a public document that on April 1st, our superintendent actually emailed the county and said that he knew that they had miscounted 700 students. Now, this might not seem like that is important, except for the fact that 7 days later we went on strike. Now a new word seems to be coming up, and that is spite. On May 1st, you were told to honor the contract and implement the new pay scale, and it has not been done yet. Last night, it took me literally 30 seconds to find out how much money in retro pay I should have. Okay, and you've had since May 1st to do so. We continue to get emails belittling the teachers and saying that we need to negotiate round the clock, and we have not received the contract that we actually signed 2 years ago. Okay? So honor the contract.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kara Seinhorst. This will be my 20th year teaching in this district. I'm at Luther Burbank. 2 years ago, when we signed that contract, it was about making this a destination district, and I think we were all happy about it. It was celebrated in the press. But you immediately reneged on two important parts of the contract, and one would allow us to have smaller class sizes, more nurses, psychologists, and that's still something that you want to just steamroll over and start negotiating a new contract, but you haven't done the old contract yet. Furthermore, the salary schedule took arbitration to get you to put it in place. I understand that we will have it in place when we come back to school in the fall, and I'm glad for that. But we won't have our retro pay, and that's money that we already worked for and that is owed to us. And like Mr. Pauly, I figured it out with a pencil. It took me a minute. I guess he's a little better at math than I am. But I don't know why it's being withheld unless it is truly an attempt to just punish us or put pressure on us. Like I said, I've worked here 20 years, and I don't think I've ever felt more disrespected. Furthermore, I'm glad that you have 96% of the vacancies filled, but that still leaves 4% unfilled, and I think that's more than 100 teachers, which could be something like 2,000 or more kids without a teacher on day one. So I hope that we can get that resolved, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Nikki Malevsky, First Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Last week, we made a proposal to the district to work around the clock to resolve a number of issues that could clear the path towards a more productive relationship. We want to reiterate our proposal. In a recent communication from the superintendent, he offered several dates that decision makers in the district, and we hope that includes the superintendent and board president Ryan, are available for negotiations. We will propose meeting on August 22nd for the purposes of addressing our most immediate issues. Number 1, retro pay. Number 2, expedited arbitration regarding the health plan implementation. 3, filling all the job vacancies so their students have credentialed teachers the first day of school. 4, rescinding the horrible cuts to child development. 5, rescinding the cuts to classified staff. And 6, addressing the more than 30 unfair labor practice charges that led to the strike on April 11th. Our discussion may be a little less contentious, considering that the district budget now includes the 730 students that were missing last spring, but also an additional $6.4 million for special education. Furthermore, we note that the new budget includes an extra $4.1 million for additional staff based on revised enrollment projections. We can't emphasize how important it is for the district to use accurate enrollment numbers so that our schools are staffed appropriately. Like many, including FIGMAT, we have been frustrated by the wildly inaccurate projections that the district has produced. In addition, we appreciate that the school board voting to support the much-needed Schools and Community First ballot initiative. CTA, along with other major supporters of this historic initiative, have decided to revise the initiative and will be recirculating petitions to secure its place on the ballot. Joint work on this initiative in this area is something that we hope the district leaders will work with us to accomplish this mutual goal. Finally, in the aftermath of the ICE raids in Mississippi, we are pleased to announce that we'll be working with Luis Cespedes and Cruz Renuso Bar Association to develop professional learning modules for SETA educators and how educators can best provide supports for our students and their families in this environment. We will also
Thank
be
you,
working
member.
together with them to develop and facilitate
you.
the implementation. We can argue about this another time. SCTA has 15 minutes on every board meeting to give our report. Implementation of restorative practices culture here in our district, something that we first proposed in the district in 2016. As you know, we jointly developed a restorative practice proposal with the Black Parallel School Board that began with implicit bias training for all certificated staff, but the district rejected that proposal. Even after the contract settled, we continued to propose the implementation of a bottom-up restorative practices initiative. Almost 1 year ago today, SCTA President David Fisher and Carl Pinkston of the Black Parallel School Board wrote a joint letter to your Superintendent Aguilar requesting the opportunity to meet and discuss moving forward with our restorative practices proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Milevsky.
Beginning with implicit bias training for all
I have
staff.
reviewed the provision that you were talking about. It's for the first board meeting of every month, the organizational report. This is public comment on non-agendized items.
It is
Please
for
wrap
all
up.
board meetings that we would have 15 minutes. So
This is public comment on non-agendized items. This is not organizational reports.
we would love to hear.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Williams Kingsley, and I wasn't able to attend the last board meeting, and I followed up with Superintendent Aguilar by email about the constituent services report that was given at the last board meeting. Specifically, I was really shocked to find that my son's school was listed so high on the number of contacts. It's a small school. I ended up digging into the ADA data versus contacts from that presentation and creating a spreadsheet. And sure enough, my son's school, Isidore Cohen Elementary, had the highest number of contacts per student, or yes, in the whole district for elementary schools. And I was stunned, and I followed up with the Constituent Services Office. But my question for you is, what's happening when there's 4 or 5 schools that were both on this report very high and on the report that Cecile was mentioning about attendance issues, including our school was on both in the top 5. What happens at the district level when a school is having problems like this across multiple measures? Does anybody follow up with school site staff? Is anybody following up with the parent population? I haven't seen it. I'm on the school site council. I'm here at your board meetings on a regular basis. There are some schools in crisis, and I want to know what you're doing about it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments?
No further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Item 8.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. Item 8.1, our Summer Strategic Partnerships. This evening, we'll have 2 items, the Labor Management Institute and the Public Education Leadership Project.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Concy McCarn, the Chief of HR, and with me I have a number of individuals to talk with you about.
My apologies, Ms. McCarn. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can we please have audio adjust the microphone a bit? Thank you.
I have a number of people with me. It's probably user error. Let me get closer. Number of people with me this evening to talk with you about the Labor Management Institute, which is an opportunity that we had given some grant funding that was received. we'll go through and I'll just introduce you. Dan Shalek with SEIU, Mike Beverly, Vice President, SEIU, Alan Dory, the representative for Teamsters, Nick Vargas with TCS, our Teamsters Classified Supervisors, and Daniel McCord with UPE. So we know as part of our core value that we need to ensure we are working vigilantly to confront and interrupt inequities. The Labor Management Institute, which is an opportunity that this group, as well as others, had a chance to attend over the summer, has helped us to engage differently around some of these very important, crucial areas. It has helped to open up conversations and change the way that we talk about things important to the district, crucial to student learning and student opportunities.
Thank you. Good evening. We up here, as members of LMC who meet regularly, we truly believe that LMC can foundationally change the way decision-making is made in our district between labor and management. We believe in collaboration, which goes right along with California LMI's their primary initiative, some of their things. They were organized in 2015. It is to make labor management collaboration and just a vital part of our public schools. To date, they've had over 140 different school systems and districts participate, including some of our neighbors, San Juan, Twin Rivers, Folsom, Cordova. San Juan, as a matter of fact, is listed on their website as one of the models. They have 3 case studies, and San Juan happens to be one of them. One of the things that they offer is just a list of resources, one of them being a 2017 study out of Cornell and Rutgers, which goes right along with what our district is hoping to do. That this work, meaning the work of collaboration, can make lasting impact on public education's ability to ensure that all students in the state, including those in our district, have a strong foundation, and as well as that the outcomes are equitable for all of our students. These are some of the partners that are part of the LMI. It includes 2 of the largest, if not the largest, teachers associations in the state. It includes CSEA, the Department of Education for the state, AXA, CSBA, and others, just to show the importance of the various partners. They recognize the importance of the work that this organization can do. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. I felt compelled to speak this evening on behalf of the LMC and our experience at the LMI Institute Conference due to that we are not unique in our issues that we face today and our challenges. Other districts have faced them. Other districts are facing them now that we collaborated with when we were at the conference, and we were witness to best practices that the districts have implemented and that they have had success in implementing with all their labor partners. Basically, our labor partners are able to have a voice and to establish a closer relationship with administration. And that's what the sole purpose of the conference was to do, was to bring labor and management together and have a conversation and share concerns and implement ways that we can improve on district policy and our everyday business. So I was grateful to have experienced that. I think a lot of good came from it, and I think going forward, we still have a lot of work to do, but we have the people that are willing to do that. And all partners were represented here in this snapshot. Teamsters, TCS, UPE, SEIU, and if I'm missing anybody?
No, you got everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then having said that and having collaborated with other labor partners, we very much would like to have our SCTA be on board and come and talk, come and hear, come in and have their input on how we could move this district forward. I think it's vital that all labor partners be here, not just us, because we can't do it alone. And so, having said that, I think, like I said, we have work to do going forward, and we have all the right people in place to make that happen. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan?
Alan Dory, business agent with Teamsters 150. So on this slide here and thing, I mean, this is really showing the what, you know, what we're doing and how the process works. When you look at some of those things, and I'm not going to read each of them, but securing accountability, I mean, there's this training that we get while we were down there at LMI. We got to listen to what other districts are doing for a solution. So, my gosh, we don't have to necessarily rebuild, you know, the car or reinvent the wheel. And it makes a big, big difference to see other people going through the same struggles or different struggles or similar ones and realizing that there's a solution. In fact, other districts have gone through a lot of really bad problems like the ones we're facing with our economics, and they found ways to come out on the other end healthy. And that had a lot to do with their labor and management working together. Looking at this here, I mean, on this thing, securing accountability, we talked to the district as labor unions about things that we know the communication wasn't there for before, like we replaced windows on a building they're going to tear down a week or two later, or a month later, or a roof. Just total waste. Man, so when you have one hand not talking to the other, there's problems. And we're working as all the unions that you've listed here, SEIU, Teamsters, TCS, UPE, are working collaboratively with the district and our LMC to try and achieve some of those things. And we really are very committed to the process. I came down to this last LMI in San Diego. I came back from my dad's funeral a day early, flew back to do it because that's where my commitment is. There's a lot of kids in this district that need our commitment behind it. I heard one of the teachers' union officials, the teachers saying that they wanted to sit there and see restoration of some of the classified layoffs. So I'm appreciative that they care about some of our positions too, as we care about all the positions, whether it's teachers or Teamsters or principals. It all comes together. It's not like there's a rowboat with just one oar in the water on one side, because we're going to go in circles. I'm going to invite the teachers to join LMC again. If they don't want to meet with the district, the bargaining units meet first. They can meet with strictly us, and then if they get their feet in the water and they feel safe, maybe they can get a little bit more mold and join the rest. But at least I hope they have conversations with the other unions so we can all work together. We're all in the same boat. We can't say, gee, your side of the boat has a hole in it, your feet are getting wet, but ours are fine. It doesn't work that way. So that's my comments on it. This LMC and the LMI works well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dan Shalik. Thanks for having us here. And we want to say, SEIU would like to say thank you for helping facilitate and find the grant money to allow us to come. As you know, as labor partners, it's pretty normal that we don't always agree with each other, and even amongst ourselves, and that's normal, and we expect that to be part of the process. But we found it very productive to be in an environment where we got to sit down together and talk about bigger topic issues, and that's what the LMI really allowed us to do. We certainly felt like we were able to grow in respect and understanding for each other and the other labor partners, so we want to say thank you for that opportunity. We liken the district to a family, and families fight, but I think it's important to come back to the dinner table on Sunday, and this was an opportunity for us to get together and talk. I'd like to see that happen more, and in the spirit of that, I want you to know that we are trying to work together to create a picnic. It's an event in the future for all district staff and all their families, regardless of any opinions, so that we can show that we're in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan.
Evening, Board. I do a lot of custodial training, and what I tell them is, I says, where else can you go and be a piece of the puzzle that shapes the future? and that's what we all do. And I thank you for the opportunity for us getting together. When you want to implement something, or the folks down at the Capitol want to implement something in this district, talking to us first, asking us how we get there, instead of implementing something and then having to file grievances, so forth and so on, working together. And it shows the students of this district that people can work together to accomplish something and get an education, because it's all about the kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike.
So with that, we again wanted to thank you for the opportunity and the grant funding to allow for the participation of labor partners to attend the Labor Management Institute opportunity, and thank Board President Ryan, Member Morawski, and Superintendent Aguilar for being able to be there for part of that.
It was a tremendous honor. And I know that we're going to be going directly into our PELP presentation. Oh, we're not? Okay. So do we have any public comments on this item before we take board member comments?
No public comments, President Ryan.
Wonderful. We have a board member comment from Michael, Board Member Minnick.
First name basis. So one, I just want to say, how much I appreciate you all coming together and giving up so much time to go to this conference, really dive in. And I really appreciate the work that the staff did to find grant funding to pay for that. Obviously, it's no secret, we're having a few financial troubles. And and this stuff is really important. So important that I would almost say it would be worth paying for, even during financial struggles. But luckily we didn't have to because funding was found for that. And that's not easy to fund this kind of professional development. So I appreciate that. And it was nice when I heard, Mike, you said, ultimately, this is just all about the kids, and we're all part of this puzzle that is, focused toward student achievement. And I think that's true, and I think sometimes we lose sight of it as we're, maybe some of us who are more, a little bit less connected to the classroom, not always realizing just how important each of those pieces are, and to be a fine-tuned, well-oiled machine. Sorry, that wasn't as good as their analogies. I also really appreciate the analogies. I did want to ask, and maybe this might be a question for Ms. McCarn, how common is something like what we've seen today? Obviously, you went down to the Labor Management Institute. You saw other groups that are doing similar kind of comings together of labor groups with district staff. How common is that? Because I know for someone that's been, in and around this district for 16 years, this is new and exciting, but I'm curious, is this happening other places? Is it more common than not? Or are we, a rarity that we're getting to do this?
Good question. The Labor Management Institute offers a variety of professional development opportunities and really focused, as we've said, on helping labor and management engage in conversation in meaningful ways. And one of the things we saw when we went down there really over those 2 days were about 400 participants, with many districts having representatives from bargaining units. We were fortunate to be a district highlighted for having not only bargaining partners and staff, but also school board members and our superintendent in attendance as well. And one of the things we really, as a group, talked about that was of value is hearing specifically from those other districts who are further along in the process, as well as those that are similarly where we are. Looking at, as one of the next steps with LMI support, we're hoping to do some regional convenings to work with, you heard there, San Juan was highlighted as a district who's engaging in this work and really having significant impacts and things like that.
Thank you. Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you, Ms. McCarn, for the presentation, and all of the labor partners for the presentation and for just being part of this really important work. I had the honor of attending the Labor Management Institute in San Diego with all of you and more. And given the defining challenge in our district really seems to be around the ability to work collaboratively towards shared goals. I think this is the most consequential and inspiring learning that I have done so far in my time on the board. And one of the most compelling things I got out of it that I wanted to share is that having a collaborative relationship doesn't mean that anybody's giving something up or getting weaker by collaborating, not like giving in. On the contrary, a lot of folks talked about how collaborative relationships strengthen both the district and the labor union partners because it allows them to understand each other better, to be more effective in their respective roles. So from the union side, I heard, we get better access to administrative staff. We're able to inform initiatives proactively before they get implemented. And the district staff is then able to make decisions in a way that benefit our members and that are more effective. Things have better buy-in from the very get-go. And the way it works is just that having built a relationship by understanding the true needs and constraints of all the parties, and it just makes sense to do business that way. So I know there's some folks who think collaboration is a dirty word, honestly, like that, you have to sell yourself out or something if labor is collaborating with management. And, what I saw down in San Diego convinced me that is totally wrong-headed, and it's just not a way to do work in a school district because we're so interconnected and we're all working on behalf of students. And so you're at the same table when you're working in a collaborative relationship. And it's not a question of eliminating challenges because challenges will be there regardless. The question is, when challenge arises, what infrastructure is in place to resolve those challenges? Do we declare war and insist there's only one way to move forward? Or do we do the hard work of trying to understand each other and figure out a way forward together? So if you recognize that you're partners and not adversaries and work in a shared space of understanding, you're not, seeking to undermine each other or destroy another party's credibility because that drags us all down. And it destroys morale across the entire district, and everyone can feel that. So I just wanted to share one concrete example, if I may, from an individual I met down there who is from CSEA, represents the classified employees at his site, and they use learnings from LMI to develop a collaborative communication structure that includes monthly meetings with district staff. So they have a shared Google document or something like that, and anyone can add an agenda item, among the union leadership and the administration. And then they meet on all the issues. They address issues. They talk about rumors that they've heard. They follow up on things. And because they have that basis of trust and the infrastructure in place for that ongoing relationship building, they have a way to work through problems. So when you don't have that infrastructure, that's when the communication breaks down and mistrust breeds more mistrust. And it's a cycle of dysfunction, basically. We don't have to do business that way in this district. I hope we don't. And not just because it's nice, but because all the districts that have significantly improved student achievement have used more or less this approach. So I look forward to, for when we can all come together and build an infrastructure that works to have that shared understanding. And I'm very grateful to have been part of this work and look forward to continuing.
Thank you so much, Member Morawski. That was beautifully said. I have to say that having an opportunity to participate in the Labor Management Institute, I was so incredibly inspired. I was inspired because Mike said very early on that having spent decades in this district, he's been through more than 20 superintendents, and he will not retire until he has stability and continuity of leadership. We talked a lot about this idea that we will not agree all the time, and really part of the Labor Management Consortium is laying the foundation for principled discussion and debate so that we build and continue a relationship through disagreement. One of the things that I loved in Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurman's invitation to leaders across the state to participate in the Labor Management Institute was he talked about it as being one of the only paths forward. And much of what we learned in the days that we were there was not just best practices from other districts across the state, but this idea that in a post-Janus world, unions became stronger when they built relationships with management that were rooted in shared intention and purpose that was connected to student achievement. That in fact, stronger labor collaboration led to stronger student achievement. And I think one of the most inspiring things that I heard consistently from our partners who are here presenting tonight is that we are all on the same team. And that if we assume good intention and continue to do the difficult work of labor collaboration, we can, in fact, chart a course forward that will ensure not only continuity of leadership, but that leaders emerge at every level through every rank of our labor partners for the years to come. One of the things that you said that I thought is something that will sit with me for many years is that hurt people hurt people. But when we sit at the same table and talk through those disagreements, when we assume good intention, and when we create the infrastructure for meaningful dialogue, that's how we heal and create foundational success for a district moving forward. And I truly believe we can do that. So thank you for leaning in, and thank you for truly helping me to understand that our custodians, our cafeteria workers, our office managers, our maintenance workers, our administrators, they are as important to our school community as our incredible teachers. And together we move this district, not in silos. Member Garcia.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you. Thank you for not accepting business as usual anymore, because we are where we are, and for having the courage to really considering this opportunity of having a more collaborative avenue moving forward and strengthening that collaboration. I am sure that it wasn't easy to talk to your members about this. But also want to commend you for your commitment to stay the course. And in a year from now, I would like for Sac City Unified to be considered a model district from where we've started to where we're at and where we're going and how far we've come. And to establish a collaborative relationship where we can weather any storm with respect and trust and positive outcomes for kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. We don't have any other board member comments.
President Ryan, we just want to make sure we don't leave without extending an invitation to all board members, including our new student board member, to come and join any of our labor management consortium meetings that happen on a regular basis.
Wonderful. We will certainly extend that invitation. And I know many of our board members, I actually believe every single one of our board member has participated in an LMC meeting in the past. And we so appreciate the time you spend every week to meet and dialogue. And I do also want to invite all of our labor partners to the upcoming Labor Management Institute meetings. There will be one in Northern California on September 25th and 26th in American Canyon, and another in Buena Park on October 23rd, 24th. We would love to ensure that the Teamsters, TCS, UPE, SEIU, and SCTA are there together in moving this dialogue forward. Our next item is the Public Education Leadership Project. Wonderful.
Well, good evening.
Chief Academic Officer Christine Vieta.
Good evening.
Has a nice ring.
It's an honor,
An absolute honor, and good evening, Board President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar and members of our board. It's my honor to share with you this evening some fabulous work that Sac City Unified did for a Year 2 invitation at Harvard's Public Education Leadership Institute, otherwise known as PELP. And I'm honored to stand by 6 members of our team. The other 2 members of our team stand on the other side of our dais this evening. It's an honor to share with you 3 members of our LCAP PAC, Mr. Marco Martinez, who also serves on his school site council, Miss Renee Webster Hawkins, who serves on the LCAP PAC and on our CAC, Miss Cecile Nunley, who serves on our LCAP PAC and also on our African American Task Force. And I'm also joined by 2 fabulous people who also spent our week together, Miss Kelly Odipo, who is our Director in State and Federal Programs, and Sean Alexander, who serves as a supervisor in our Family and Community Empowerment Department. As you know, Sac City was invited for a second year to PELP. It's an amazing program where we get to problem solve with districts, large urban districts from across the United States, and we're grateful to funding. The Complete Experience of Learning was funded by the Stewart Foundation, Cab Sonnell Foundation, and Sierra Health, and we're very grateful for that time. Now, Marco Martinez from our LCAP PAC will share with you a little bit of background on PELP.
Yes, PELP is the Public Education Leadership Program. It was created to help large urban districts to troubleshoot, to study, to help themselves find solutions that are challenging for them. In our case, I think our students need additional help, and this is a good problem to go in and try to help solve. As an LPAC PAC member, this was important to me to be prepared for the next year, being appointed to help the district and solve a lot of these problems. The program integrates managerial practices, leadership practices, not just across a certain step of the district, but across all levels, from parents all the way to board members. And having that integration in general helps all districts solve those problems. So I wanted to say thank you so much for having invited us.
Thank you, Marco.
And I wanted to assure you that this work that we did was completely aligned to our core value and our guiding principle. The work involves bringing a problem of practice to this group of large urban school districts and engaging around with some consultancy model and also some learning through case study, examining the work that needs to happen in our system, knowing that it's getting exactly the results that it's designed to get, and looking across our system to see what we can do to increase and improve student outcomes for all of our students. And so our engaged problem of practice is going to be shared with us this evening by Cecile Nunley from our LCAP PAC.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley.
Okay. Does it go? Oh. And there it is. Our problem of practice. One of the things that is true, no matter what your problems are, you have to first identify and figure out what it is. And that sometimes it's one of the more difficult things that is done because people have a problem admitting what is really wrong. So what we start there with the first word is boldly improving unacceptable low student achievement levels, particularly among each school's most vulnerable students, depends on grounding every budget and instructional decision in school site and district plans using principles of continuous improvement with the belief that all children can learn. And we underline and put in caps the word all. It's important. It needs to be addressed that all children can learn, and we all need to believe that. It's critical. One of the things, as I said, this was something that everybody struggles with, and every single district that was at the PELP struggled with. This took the most time, and there were several iterations of it. The other thing I know at the Institute, I also called it sometimes it's the thing that can't be named, because it's always hidden. You never want to admit. So it's very, very clear that even in the previous presentation, they talk about courageous, about being fearless, about being bold. So this was so critical to each of us.
So we boldly delved into what we believed to be the root cause of this problem of practice. And our process was guided by the ABLE facilitation by a doctoral candidate associated with the Harvard Graduate School of Education. And what this amazing team identified is that despite many efforts for many years by this board, the cabinet, and the entire faculty throughout the district, these efforts have failed because of the lack of a uniting mission and system of accountability to our most important stakeholders. Specifically, we identified the fact that the demand for student achievement originates in every single family who resides within the district boundaries, including those who have children in the district and those who vote for you. Indeed, the community voices making themselves heard recently through the African American Achievement Task Force, the DLAC, the LCAP PAC, the CAC, the Student Advisory Council, and the Student Site Councils, all of these voices originate in a family space, and they are looking squarely at this boardroom for improved student outcomes. In turn, this board is looking to the district's educational leaders for improved academic and social emotional outcomes for our students, and the success of those efforts is to be measured squarely and only by student success. The PELP team concluded that because this district lacks a rigorous governance structure expressly based on this accountability, which we've called a mission of family room to boardroom to classroom to student success, we have a culture of accepting or maybe feeling disempowered to change the status quo of unacceptably low student outcomes that disproportionately impacts our students of color, our economically disadvantaged students, and our students with disabilities. And additionally, without this intentional focus on student success and sense of accountability to the community, we have inherited a culture where success has been traditionally measured more by accomplishing transactional tasks, and also oftentimes where individuals refrain from disrupting the status quo or being a change agent for fear of being targeted. So what we seek to establish through the proposed strategy and action plan that you'll hear about is a new governance structure that supports and expects courageous leadership at every level in support of this new mission, and that challenges each and every adult in this system to be stewards of every student's success and for being personally responsible for ensuring that the politics remain external to the good work of believing that all students can learn and that all students have an equitable opportunity to achieve their highest potential.
Mm-hmm. Very powerful.
And so, moving to the strategy right in line with the root cause analysis, we challenge the board to establish a governance system which ensures accountability, beginning with the families in our community and ending with each and every student. A governance structure in which we, all of us, will hold each other responsible for every decision that is made. Embedded in this governance structure will be an express and intentional alignment of every program and budget decision with our local control accountability plans and annual service plans, of every district-wide plan in tight alignment with data-driven school site plans, and of every instructional decision impacting a student based on what that student needs to succeed. The focus is to shift to a culture and expectation where instructional leaders prioritize instructional leadership and student success over their transactional duties, and to a culture where our instructional leaders are well equipped to do so through the ready availability of professional learning and resources from the central office to best serve the instructional needs on their sites for their students.
And as a new parent to the LCAP group, I wanted to focus on the words intentional leadership. And that means to me intentional leadership from the very bottom of that scale, parents, intentional leadership from teachers, intentional leadership from students themselves, intentional leadership from principals, district personnel, superintendent, and board members. We're all working together to ensure that the focus is always a pro-student focus, okay? So that ultimately our students are successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on the action plan, there were several items, and of course, the first one was governance training with the board, which I believe the board has already started some of this. The next item was strategic community engagement, and with very much with all of the community engagement, whether it's LCAP, whether it's CAC, whether it's DLAC, or the African American Task Force, we've been doing that. The other item, however, that we really want to focus on is a board report card, because we want to be sure that we're holding everyone accountable, including all of you as the electeds. One of the things, and I would like to possibly present that here, is many times, even though most of you are elected by area, when it comes to voting on the board or budget, or when it comes to voting on the LCAP, you guys have to vote as a team, and you vote on the whole thing, not just the budget for your little area. It's the entire thing. So we feel very strongly the board needs to be focused together on student achievement. And then, of course, board direction to align the budget and the program plans for student achievement, for student improvement. Oops, sorry. Okay.
So one of the outcomes of this work is better school site plans, and it translates into more improved outcomes for students. Last year, we worked in our SIPSA work team, which consisted of district office staff, principals, and instructional assistant superintendents. So one of the things that this team was charged with was developing the cycle of continuous improvement tool for, thank you, for principals to use to develop their first goal in their school site plans. Another part of this team was to provide principals with an opportunity to actually present their work in goal 1 of their SIPSAs, to get feedback from different departments as well as their colleagues. So what came out of this SIPSA work team is an integrated approach. So now we are integrating not only our school site plans, but our budget along with our LCAP process. Born out of this team also was an understanding that we needed to have more integrated and coordinated supports for principals to develop their school site plans in order to increase academic achievement for their students. So our next steps actually will be to start to work towards developing those integrated and coordinated supports so that principals see us as technical assistants, and IASs also see district office staff as technical assistants in supporting principals in this very important work.
Thank you, Ms. Adipo.
I think you can see why I was both inspired and humbled to be a part of this amazing team at the PELP. It was truly something very special that I will always treasure. I don't know that we've mentioned it, but we were the only team that had non-staff parents present, and that went quite noticed by the other urban districts that were there. In terms of the supports and the engagement piece, we cannot forget our community members and parents. And the Family and Community Empowerment Department stands ready to share this problem of practice and the strategies with our parents through our parent leadership pathways, and also to work very, very closely this year to really develop robust school site councils and train them so they're ready to do that work of the SIPSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Is that all? Okay.
So in closing, I'd like to echo what Ms. Alexander commented on, that out of the 12 districts that attended the PELP this summer, which represent 5% of the student body in the nation. We were the only team that had parents, even though many other teams spoke about community engagement being part of their problem of practice. So I'm incredibly honored to have been invited. The leadership of this district was notable throughout the districts, and it was very remarked on and remarkable that this team chose to include our parent community. So thank you for authentically engaging with us, and we look forward to moving forward in this work together with the district.
Thank you so much, Ms. Webster Hawkins. We do have a public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one public comment from Kenya Martinez.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm just going to reiterate something that I've said over and over again, and that is about parent involvement. This is key to making sure that you have people who stand behind the decisions being made for the children in our district. I just want to reiterate as well the fact that this district has to be inviting to parents, especially on school site councils, and anywhere that in the African American Task Force, the CAC, the LCAP PAC. And in order for that to happen, you have to repair some of the relationships that have happened here within the district with some of our parents. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you roll out this new agenda that's going to happen. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martinez. I appreciate that. So do we have one more public comment? Okay, thank you. We are taking no more late additions.
That's all my
But we want to let you come up.
I actually am going to follow up on what Kenya just said, that I mentioned that when the school site council or the SIPSA task force came to you in the spring, that I was disappointed that there were no parents that served on it. And in this presentation, I adore the people that participated in this work, and I'm really proud of them and to work with them in other capacities. But I want to see a plan on your website for how you plan to train school site council members. The website is your public-facing portal for us as parents. The SIPSAs are buried. When I go to my school's site council or my school's page on your website, the SIPSA that's listed under those documents is 4 years old. And that is for every single school in this district. There's one page that has all the updated SIPSAs, but you can't find them by searching it.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous. I read 4 of the SIPSAs just for fun last week after the CBO panel where we talked about SIPSAs. And they need work, and we need better parent engagement to teach us how to do better work. It's not just principals who write them. They're supposed to be a community document, and if parents don't know how to read them and can't write them, we are out of the process.
Thank you. I so appreciate your comments, because I have to say, I mean, it was discussed earlier that there was an extremely unusual composition of this public education leadership program team. In fact, the only urban school district that was grant funded to do this professional development opportunity, but also that chose to bring parents. And it was not an easy conversation. I mean, the days were 7 o'clock in the morning off until 11:30 at night doing deep analysis, reading, debate. And one of the things that came out of it was a challenge that we could not tackle a problem statement rooted in aligning the budget with the SIPSA and the LCAP without getting to the underlying causes for much of the mistrust and inability to effectuate the change we want to see for students, particularly our most vulnerable students. Cecile, Renee, Marcos challenged us to go deeper, and with that emerged this idea that real parent empowerment comes with a strategy that is from the living room to the boardroom to the classroom. And that means ensuring that our community is empowered to work with the board so that the board is making decisions not based on what's politically expedient, but what's best for students in the long term with student achievement, and that they're translating that direction to the superintendent so that we are working with our teachers and our school site staff to ensure that that happens. But it can only happen with parent empowerment and involvement at every level, in particular at the school site level, and using the vehicles that we have available to us. And I know that you as parents are very committed to that work. I will just finally say, and then I know we have comments from Member Minnick and Member Morawski. We unpacked a culture in Sac City where quite often our board has been not a continuity of leadership that has allowed for the courage and long-range vision that centers students in everything we do. That quite often board members are here for a few years and moving on to the Board of Supervisors, the council, to whatever. And with that, it makes it easy to not address systemic change, to not look at the overhaul for parent empowerment and student empowerment to change conditions in a system that has been inequitable by design for decades. And what you said is part of this is the buck stops here. We have an opportunity to change. And at all levels, we as parents are more empowered and will hold you accountable to seeing that long-term systemic vision through and centering each and every decision in student achievement. And I'm so grateful for the courage of that commitment that you brought forward in this work. Member Minnick.
Thank you. And first, once again, I got to say thanks to the staff for finding grant funds to support this, because again, this is groundbreaking stuff. And clearly by having parents and community members there, we were like especially groundbreaking in this. And we couldn't have done that if we couldn't afford to get you there. So I really appreciate that. I'm really excited about the work that's coming out. I'm not, I thought I was done receiving report cards, so I'm not so excited about that part. But I just, the fact that we have not only, great staff and administration to work on this, but also that we have community members who are just willing to give of themselves so much time and emotion, and to feel empowered enough to be honest and put us on blast when you need to. I mean, that root cause, a board superintendent governance structure focused on student achievement does not exist. Like, I read that and it felt a little bit like a sucker punch to the gut, but it was good to hear, because that's the thing that we need to hear to motivate us. That we need to make sure that we're focused on student achievement first, foremost, only. And to have you like kind of put that together kind of very eloquently and say, like, this is the cause, that's leading to our problem of student achievement, I think is powerful. And I really like the way it's articulated around a mission-based governance structure. I think that a lot of times, not just boards, but administrative, bodies of any sort, get into this mode of just kind of just taking care of the nuts and bolts. And it's easy to lose sight of that. And so our structure needs to reflect that. And so I really appreciate that you eloquently put that out there and kind of threw it in our faces. And I think we need that. So I appreciate it. Thanks for all your help.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Morawski.
Thank you, everyone, for your presentation. That was, I echo Member Minnick's comments about it being challenging to hear, but also something that we really need to hear. Just a couple comments. I'm really excited about the excitement for better SIPSAs, better school site council training. I think that is a massive opportunity for us to increase engagement and really make sure everything we're talking about here is trickling down to the school sites. And we're also incorporating from the bottom up what we need to need to hear from the community. So if you're going to do a report card, hold us accountable to student achievement, bring it on, because I think we're ready for that. And I welcome that very much. I just had one more comment about back to Kenya's public comment about kind of operational excellence. I think that is something that we also need to focus on is ensuring that, the big things we want to do, that we can actually deliver on the ground, and that all our principals are ready to support the school site councils in their work. All the frontline staff is ready to, welcome parents, help them work through issues. I think that, helps us build a lot of trust and will ultimately make parents more empowered to come in and give of their time and energy to help us succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Morawski. We don't have any other board comments at this time. I do want to say something you said tonight that I hope we will hold in the center of our hearts in everything we do, is that every instructional leader should prioritize student achievement over transactions. And I would add, I would hope that every board member would prioritize student achievement over transactions. That should be the center of everything we do. That should be our North Star. And I'm so grateful to you for identifying that.
If I could just do one final comment, and that was just to say.
She's like, I don't have a public comment, but I have a public comment.
And I don't have the timer on, hey. No, I just wanted to say thank you so much on behalf of Renee and Marco and myself. It was so great to be there. It was intense, but I could not say thank you enough. Yes, it took a lot of time, 8:30 in the morning to 11:30 at night, meals together, everything. It was very, very intense, but it was just so worth it. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
And thank you for your time and commitment.
President Ryan, thank you. I just want to thank the group as well. Very quickly, Member Morawski mentioned, as well as Member Minnick, what it's like to have to read a statement like the root cause that you crafted. I had the opportunity, it's a requirement for the superintendent to attend this particular program. So you can imagine what it felt like as superintendent to hear our community crafting this kind of root cause. But I also just want to just thank you for your commentary this evening, because it is very motivating and it's very inspiring. And given everything that has taken place over the past 2 years, I think we have to take note of the demand that you're making, not just of the Board of Education, so I can't speak for the board, of course, but this idea that this is about a board superintendent governance structure, and so I'm equally responsible on that context as to whether or not we're able to achieve this. So I take my responsibility very seriously and do welcome that accountability.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Moving on to item 8.2, I do want to say going into this item, we're running about 15 minutes behind schedule right now. So if we can be mindful of keeping our presentation and board member discussion to the allotted time. Our school climate update, item 8.2, this evening to be presented by Dr. Iris Taylor in what I think is her last presentation to the board. And Vincent Harris. While everybody comes to join Dr. Taylor on this school climate presentation, if everyone in the room can just join me in giving Dr. Taylor a round of applause for her incredible leadership. What few people know is that Dr. Taylor spent a year with her husband working in Tennessee and staying here to continue this very difficult work because she believed so deeply in the mission. And we are forever indebted to you for the work that you have done.
Thank you. Thank you. So good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. I am your outgoing Chief Academic Officer, and I can't think of a better way to spend my last board meeting rather than being with this team of district staff, this cross-functional team of district staff, as well as site-based leaders to share with you what we promised as part 2 of our school climate overview. I just want to congratulate the incoming CAO, Christine Bieda, and just we're excited about where the work is and excited to see her leadership as this work is carried forward, as well as the leadership of this team behind me. So tonight, we're going to share with you part 2 of our school climate overview. And at our last board meeting, we share with you an overview of just what we framed as our current reality. And in that current reality, we shared with you data in terms of suspension and climate. We also shared with you that our family room, our community, has spoken about the conditions and the status of our student achievement, our suspension, and our chronic absenteeism. So tonight's presentation will focus on the initiatives and the practices that are underway in the system to address the inequities that we see. And these practices are, of course, grounded in our core values and our guiding principles, and are being constructed and designed in a way to address systemic inequities around suspension and chronic absenteeism. So starting off the presentation will be Kari Hansen-Smith and Ed Eldridge, who will share with you how we are framing this within a multi-tiered system of supports and how this is being defined by California, but more importantly, within Sac City.
In California, a multi-tiered system of support is an integrated, comprehensive framework that focuses on Common Core state standards, core instruction, differentiated learning, student-centered learning, individualized student needs, and the alignment of systems necessary for all students' academic, behavioral, and social success. MTSS offers the structure to create needed systematic change through intentional design and redesign of services and supports that quickly identify and match the needs of all students. In Sacramento, this multi-tiered system of support encompasses those aspects of student experience that result in lifelong learner outcomes. A system within our structure designed to support all students in graduating with the greatest number of choices from the widest array of opportunities. Our work in the development of Sac City's MTSS is to build a bridge between our current conditions and a yet-to-be fully realized system-wide structure that meets the needs of all learners across our whole system, whole schools, and for the whole child. The circular graphic offers us a working framework with which we can organize some of our thinking around MTSS. The outcomes from tiered support systems are brought about by the effective and intentional intersection of data, systems, and practice. Data provide decision-making supports. Which students are in need? What interventions are needed? How are students responding to interventions? Systems provide staff supports. How are students identified for interventions? How, when, and who monitors the student response to intervention? How is fidelity assessed? Practices provide student supports. Are interventions evidence-based? How can students access resources, including those beyond our school walls? The development of MTSS in Sac City is reliant upon our will to generate change. We've highlighted just some of the work that lies before us in this effort. Continued engagement with all of our community partner groups, developing defined tiers of support, implementing research-based practices, garnering administrative buy-in, and importantly, addressing both the opt-in culture that exists alongside reframing adult wants so that they focus first on student needs.
Thank you, Kari. So last year, our district began the process of developing various work teams. And the idea behind these work teams was to bring coherence to the work, as we're all aware of the capital suspension report. And so what you see here is we're bringing coherence to our LCAP steering committee. We have chronic absenteeism, school climate, academic intervention, and special education. The ideal is that these work teams should all work together to more tightly align our emerging MTSS opportunities. Now, you cannot implement MTSS without having a data system that supports that. And so what you see here is our attempt at bringing more coherence to our data reporting tools. And so we're starting with the California dashboard, and then we are also using the Performance and Targeted Action Index to help us be mindful of the goals from the dashboard, also our district goals. And then we have our attendance and behavior reports and also our early intervention system, early identification and intervention system. And we're going to show a little bit about that in a few slides. So we talked about the Performance and Targeted Action Index, and we've seen that before. I thought it'd be a good idea to kind of walk through how we're using that in concert with one of our new additions, our draft ABC reports, to really get at the heart of our discipline. So you see here, I just kind of showed, it's kind of small there on the screen, it showed the 3.3% suspension rate, draft suspension rate for students in elementary school. What we're doing as well now is saying, okay, we know that 3% of our students are being suspended, but let's look at where are the behavior incidents happening in grades K-6. So why wait for suspensions to occur when we start looking at behavior that will also include suspension? And so this is an example of how we are using the PATI and the ABC reports working together to get ahead of the metric. Now, the early identification and intervention system is at the heart of the system that our practitioners, our student support professionals, our counselors, and our site leaders are using to really provide services to our students on that one-to-one basis. And as you can tell, it's a tiered approach because, again, we are moving more toward a multi-tiered system of support and how we address our student needs. The thing about the early identification intervention system, as well as the PATI, as well as our ABC reports, is that they are based on data being input into the system being available. So for example, let's look at this case study. This is a case study where we have a student that, if you look at it, you can see that there was attendance issues. And so there's chronic absenteeism, and the system helps staff easily identify, okay, there's an attendance issue here. And then so the staff, using the work, went and provided case management, attendance support, they provided caregiver support, and transportation assistance, and you would think that things are well. But when you look at the system, the students' data a little more deeply, you realize that we have limited academic information on this particular student. And so even though it's showing green on academics, and this student received Bs all year, B, not a D, Bs in English all year, when the SBAC results came in, this particular student received a 1 as a standard not met. Now, because of that limited academic data inside the system, it was difficult for us to catch that. Ideally, we'd like more information, therefore we can provide feedback to our sites sooner rather than later. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Cushman to talk about our attendance issues.
Hi. So in 2017, the district was awarded the LCSSP, or Prop 47 grant from CDE to address chronic absenteeism. It was a collaborative effort between 3 departments: attendance and enrollment, student support services, and youth development. The grant is comprised of 3 main components. First is our Be Here marketing campaign, and that's our youth-led campaign to educate and raise awareness at schools within the community. That's also our beautiful banner behind you on the left. The second piece is the standardization of district-wide attendance practices and protocols. And so that's our daily attendance taking practices at all of our sites. And lastly, our attendance improvement program. So the attendance improvement program has been implemented at 20 Be Here grant schools that were identified because of their high rates of chronic absenteeism. This is the core of our work. Each school creates a system of attendance. First, they form site attendance teams that meet regularly. They use data to establish site-specific attendance goals. They create an attendance MTSS system based on their site-specific resources. The teams review their attendance data regularly and make changes as needed. And then they also use the EIS tool that Ed was talking about to identify students that are chronically absent and those at risk of becoming chronically absent in order to provide student-level case management. So in the past year and a half, we have learned a few lessons. First, when attendance best practices are implemented consistently, schools see positive outcomes. Our grant school sites that implemented the best practices that I just outlined with Fidelity saw improvements in their chronic absence rates. Second, solid standardized attendance processes, so our Tier 1 whole school interventions are the foundation for successful attendance MTSS framework. Third, cross-departmental collaboration is needed to effectively address chronic absenteeism. We cannot continue to work independently and in silos. Lastly, the work has been bolstered by a shared belief that chronic absenteeism is reducible, its impacts reversible, and modest investments can bring large returns. We must actually believe that the work we can do will improve attendance and also achieve student success in all areas. And on a side note, in next week's board meeting, we'll be giving a more thorough and in-depth presentation on all of our work with the Be Here grant.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm here to share with you updates on approaches that support positive climate and culture, acknowledging that not one approach fixes anything, that we have to implement a variety of approaches to get a positive culture and climate. So up to date, we have 61 schools implementing social emotional learning, positive behavior intervention supports, and restorative practices. This upcoming year, we have 6 new schools entering into a new PBIS cohort. Some of these schools are schools that are also implementing social emotional learning as well as RP practices. The schools were decided through a process of looking at data, in particular climate culture data, as well as collaborating with the IASs. Additionally, given the African American Task Force recommendations and as a direct response to some of our schools that have a 5% variance on African American suspensions, we would be focusing our efforts around direct support to these particular school sites as well. Some of the work that we're doing around capacity building, and when I say capacity building, it's both for students in terms of the skills that they need to develop and how we can support them, as well as capacity for adults to support our students at the school sites. So some of the work that we've done have been around mindsets and implicit bias, culturally responsive teaching, and trauma-informed practices. Classroom climate culture work around community building, establishing norms and rituals to ensure that our students feel safe and that they feel connected to each other in the classroom. We've also done work with explicit SEL skill building, using evidence-based curriculum to support our teachers in building those foundational 21st century skills for our students. And lastly, the academic integration of social emotional learning skills into Common Core state standards have been an effort that we have also engaged in. Additionally, Victoria and I will be sharing just a brief update on the school climate work group that we've been co-facilitating. This group started meeting in August of 2018, and in the 2018-2019, here's just some key things that we were able to accomplish. We did a review of our board policies and admin regulations around climate. For Sac City, we looked at a variety of promising practices, specifically the San Francisco Unified School District Discipline Matrix, which is very restorative in nature, as well as a variety of practices, as well as schools, model schools, that are highlighted in the fixed school discipline documents. We also conducted a district-wide needs and strengths assessment with all of our administrators across the district to look at and to see where the gaps are, where we are misaligned in our practices. We also created PATAI indicators for climate as well as for suspensions. We did some revision in the district parent handbook to better align with the MTSS supports in terms of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, and where resources are available across the district. And lastly, we drafted a discipline matrix to align with a more restorative approach that will be vetted with our stakeholders. And Victoria will share this year's goals.
Okay, and Ms. Flores, if I can ask you to wrap up very quickly because we're behind time. Thank you.
Very briefly, you can see our goals outlined here. Our biggest goal is to really engage all of the stakeholders in our community, from our principals and staff to our parents. So this is a set of ideas that Maicy and I have, but we're also very open to listening and learning, but also making sure we're taking action, not just talking about the problem, but actually trying things out. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mary Hardin Young.
While we acknowledge the work ahead of us, we also want to highlight a bright spot within our district. At the last board meeting, John F. Kennedy High School was mentioned, and you see before you the data that shows their decrease in suspensions during last school year and their increase in positive responses on their climate survey. We know that there are many variables that lead into these changes, but we'd like to highlight the EQ Ambassador program that you heard a little bit about and bring up our two stellar students to talk to us more about their insights, their reflections, and their roles.
Thank you. Shakira. Thank you for staying to share your wisdom, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Princess Song, and I'm going to be a senior at John F. Kennedy High School.
And hello, I am Shakira Jeffries, and I am going to be a freshman at Mills College.
Congratulations.
We were two of the 12 EQ ambassadors at John F. Kennedy. EQ stands for Emotional Quotient. Last year was the first year we had this program at Kennedy.
And we would like to discuss the multiple layers of our work as EQ ambassadors. Our restorative practices contain campaigns, walk and talks, conflict resolutions, and caseloads. I'll be discussing the impact campaigns and walk and talks had on the students. Campaigns were more aimed towards the school as a whole. Age did not matter. We wanted to achieve the goal to increase the engagement across all grades and staff. An impactful campaign this year was the Get Invested campaign. The task was to show various ways of participation and how students contribute to being a Kennedy Cougar. For the first year of EQ, or social emotional learning, we modeled our campaigns by our Cougar Canon. We had 4 campaigns, one for each quarter. The campaigns were Get Invested, Have a Purpose, Seek Understanding, and Be Thoughtful. We had a theme to go for the whole year, which is Make a Legacy. Having a theme for the overall year causes the ideas for activities to come to mind quicker. Another impactful activity was our Feelings Jam. These circles were to have various grades and classes, and they caused students to express themselves in a non-judgmental way. This activity had a huge impact that we had requests to do more throughout the year and the experience held great value when learning more about my peers. And I hope the Feeling Jams continue on as an activity of GFK. And another layer of impact was our walk and talks. Each period we have 2 EQ ambassadors. The ambassadors are required to wear their badge all period and every day of the week. If there is a need for a walk and talk, then one EQ ambassador will bring a clipboard with triplicate forms and pull the student out of class for 10 to 15 minutes. Walk and talks limit the amount of referrals given out and give an opportunity to have a peer-to-peer conversation without the pressure of an adult or superior. We would do our restorative practices to have the student repair a relationship with a teacher, a student, or any staff on campus. Once the 10 minutes is up, we give the student their copy, then the teacher will get one, and administration will have a form of documentation too.
Thank you very much.
The next level of EQ work are conflict resolutions, where students who had altercations avoid being suspended, or a student who have been suspended for fighting as a part of their re-entry to school. Join 2 EQ ambassadors to find and discuss the root of the problem, restore relationships, and recognize and value accountability and responsibility. During most of these sessions, the root of the problem came from rumors and social media interactions, which were understandable for high school students. In most cases, students had eye-opening moments where they both understood where they went wrong and understood that physical fighting was not the right answer. In some cases, they just had to understand that they had 2 or 3 years left of high school and that they had to maturely make the decision of coexisting with each other. Personally, conflict resolutions hit hard for me because I found myself in a humbling situation listening to these students make mistakes like I did and do, making sure that they know it's okay to make mistakes as long as you grow from them, and also giving them life lessons that they didn't just need for high school, but honestly throughout life. Caseloads were another task for EQ ambassadors. Among the 12 of us, we were each assigned 2 to 4 students who were in need of extra guidance academically, behavior-wise, or both, to closely have an eye on them to get them to a better place in the long run. We would build a personal relationship by checking on them regularly and truly doing our best to support them. We would review their grades by sometimes sending them weekly grade checks and ask them about their behavior and push them to going to classes to getting their attendance straight. In some cases, when they had personal problems, they would come by and meet up with their mentor and just talk out their feelings, get advice, a response, and a comfort from their mentor.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate your presentations and the EQ work that you're doing at John F. Kennedy. With that, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 2 public comments. If you could come up when you hear your name called, please. Carl Pinkston, followed by Sarah Williams Kingsley, followed by Liz Guillen and Cecile Nunley.
Good evening. My name is Carl Pinkston. I'm with the Black Parallel School Board. First, I want to commend staff for providing an annual report on school climate. And secondly, I am very concerned, however, about the validity and fidelity of the district suspension report. On page 312 of the board packet, the district current year suspension rate for African American students is 16.4%. And for Hiram-Johnson, well, that's the overall, but for Hiram-Johnson, it's 24.56, which is very high. Kit Carson had 26.32. Moreover, Kit Carson had an increase in African-American suspension rate of 21.4. There appeared to be something wrong in the data or the baseline, I'm not sure, but we not only need data on the overall suspension rate, but we also need reasons for the suspension disaggregated by race, gender, race, students with disability. Second, the district school climate survey reported that 40.76% of African American students do not feel safe in this district. It is clear that the district has poorly implemented PBIS and restorative justice that is culturally responsive. In fact, many of the schools have failed to implement the first tier of their own PBIS, and other schools use restorative justice more or less as a peer mediation tool or a punishment. This is a result of using Placer County Office of Education to train staff in PBIS that lacks culturally responsive tools. Also, various schools are developing and self-training alternative discipline practice based on challenges of the moment. And lastly, this disproportionality impacting Black students with disability at a much, much greater rate. We need to redesign and redevelop, but also most importantly, partner to change this district in a 21st century multicultural education.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkston. Hello, Ms. Kingsley.
I'm back. Sarah Williams Kingsley, thank you again. I am frustrated that the presentation to the board and to the public here doesn't reflect some of the more dispiriting and challenging material that was in the board packet. I read it over the weekend and was aghast. The student group who reported feeling least safe on our school campuses are grades 3 through 6. What are we doing about that? They're small children. What is creating this culture where they don't feel safe going to school? There are 61 schools that have SEL programs. Who are they? And where are the 9 that don't? Where's that data? I want to be able to dig into this report as a parent and a community member and figure out where the problems are, what we can identify as the trends. And I can't find this report as a public document. And I'm really concerned that a site survey had to be done to figure out what our school sites were doing. That means that staff didn't know. And the same thing happened with special education. They had to do a site survey to figure out what was happening on the ground. Why? In 2 very challenging areas of managing our school district, does the school district not know what's happening at your school sites? Where else don't they know what's happening? How are we as parents supposed to trust that our children are safe and being taken care of and are being educated properly if you as a district can't tell us what's happening on the individual school sites? I want answers.
Thank you, Ms. Kingsley.
Well, I wasn't planning,
Reset your clock. Go ahead.
I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but you know, this is one of those areas, especially that suspension rate. And when I looked at that and I went, something appears to be wrong with that one. You say here, and it's John F. Kennedy, and it's decreased 9.16 to 7.65, and that is accurate. However, on the suspension report, which I will be bringing up later tonight, you broke out, which I find very helpful, the African American only. And for that school, John F. Kennedy, the suspension rates from African Americans last year was 7.92. This year is 16.32. So the rate for African Americans doubled at that school. And so you need to be very, very careful. You say a decrease of 132 incidents. That's great, but there were also less students. It was only about 40-something less students. So I would just encourage you to be very, very careful when you start presenting data, because it doesn't necessarily tell the whole picture.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley.
Good evening. Please put a star by everything Mr. Pinkston, Ms. Nunley, and Ms. Kingsley said. I echo their comments and concerns 100%. My question for you, if I was to draft the report card, the first item I would include is how effective has this board been in ensuring that MTSS is implemented at every single school? The preceding question for you, each of you, is what are the barriers to implementing MTSS? It's not only the gold standard, it's the expectation by the California Department of Education that MTSS for emotional supports, for academic supports, for all needs of students is comprehensively and universally available at all school sites, so every teacher has differentiated assistance and universal design for learning. What will it take?
Thank you, Ms. Webster Hopkins. Ms.
Good
Guillen.
evening. Good evening. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. There are some elements of the school safety or the school climate presentation that are very positive. But there are a couple of things that I think you should really focus on when you evaluate. It sounds like you're going to evaluate next year. The LCAP Parent Advisory Committee made a recommendation that there be MTSS interventions, or that there be professional development for staff and teachers in the classroom, since that's where most of the MTSS interventions were taking place. In response to those recommendations, the superintendent, the district, is required to make a response to those. And the response says that the district has committed to establishing MTSS, but it is not possible to mandate that there be PD at this time. Contextually, bargaining units view this as a working condition item. I think it's important to reconcile that condition that the district has with this commitment to roll out more, to roll out more professional development, because it's a key part of making sure that MTSS works. One recommendation I have is that perhaps that could be included in the professional learning hour that was paid for by supplemental and concentration funding a couple of years ago under the LCAP. And that the other point is that I kind of expected that the school climate survey results were going to be have an item related to SROs, since that was something that staff said would be done in the February hearing around SROs, and so it's just not included. It would be good to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland,
and I'm with the Coalition for Students with Disabilities. I'm also a district parent, and I just wanted to say thank you for all of this important work. I did listen to the last meeting, and I was very moved by the fact that they were saying the real reality of how the climate is in our schools. So I was encouraged by that. I just wanted to highlight a couple data points. So for students with disabilities, the district is not meeting its state target for the number of students who are in separate schools. So that this work is really important for that, because if kids get the supports they need when they need them, they don't end up going down that path. Also, 10.4% of students with disabilities were suspended at least once in 2018, according to the school dashboard, and inclusive education is a factor in all of this. So I'm wondering, how does all of this tie into the special education audit recommendation under academic achievement and social and emotional well-being, where they're mentioning here that the schools would be doing capacity assessments. I don't know if that was the climate survey or if that was a separate assessment to show how prepared they are to take on these initiatives. But I'd like to know, how does this fit into that, as well as the other items under that goal and recommendation. And then it also mentions a survey, satisfaction survey tool for parents and students. And I don't know, it says that it was finished in May of 2019 on here. So I don't know if you know what that is or if they could speak to what that is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sutherland. So I think that concludes our public comments. We'll now take board comments. I have a couple of questions as other board members might want to also add their questions and comments. I am very concerned with the full board packet and the inclusion of the data around the capital of suspensions and the disproportionate rates of suspensions for Black boys, as well as the disproportionate impact of school discipline on students of color. I very much appreciate the statements that were made by Renee Webster Hawkins about trying to ensure we're instituting the appropriate multi-tiered systems of support. But I would like to ask, we know that there was legislation a few years ago to essentially outlaw willful defiance, K-3. When we hear that our students are feeling less welcomed beyond those grades, I wonder if we're seeing disproportionate suspension as a result of the fact that that legislation was not carried into the upper grades. And we do know that there is current legislation that's moving right now that would create a moratorium on school suspensions on the grounds of willful defiance, which is a civil rights issue in my opinion, and a catch-all that would do K-8 and then a moratorium beyond that to high school through at least 2025. And so I would love to hear right now, when you're noticing that in classrooms in certain school sites, there are referrals being made where students are essentially losing class time, being kicked out of the classroom under this catch-all. What are we doing to ensure that we are working with the educator to question why these practices are occurring? Because I know that one or two of these instances can really traumatize a student for the rest of their lives.
I'll take an initial pass. So what we shared in terms of the ABC reporting, I don't know if you remember that slide, that allows us to get a picture of where the suspensions are and why. And that's like an initial step for us to try to boil down into what types of infractions are more pervasive in our school sites. But accompanying that report, though, is a set of questions that the staff are engaged in to answer things like, why is this occurring? What can we do to address it? And then engage in more of an inquiry around that particular approach. I don't know if you want to address the K-3 suspension reasons.
Sure. So in terms of K-3 suspensions, what we've seen, and I guess I should say as well, what we share with you is draft data, and that's why we put it on there, just because we have to make sure that this is 2018-19 data. Obviously, the official data will come out from CalPADS, and so what we've been working on internally with our data partners is to make sure that we can try and replicate it as much as possible. Once the official data comes out, then we'll have the ability to tie it all together, but we have to wait till that come out. To answer your question specifically, K-3 suspensions are typically being issued for students for fighting and physical that nature. But for 412, we are noticing that most of the suspensions are happening for disruption and defiance. One of the reasons that we are preparing these ABC reports because we want to get ahead of the suspension when it's happening. And so what you have here is a very brief snapshot of the behavior report. The full behavior report is about 19 pages, and it gets at behavior. It gets at, to your question, what are the triggers for the behavior? What are we noticing in terms of the behaviors? And then also, how are we as adults replying to the behavior that we're seeing? And so, to Dr. Taylor's question, really the three questions that aren't there because there's to landscape is really a what, so what, now what type framework. What are you seeing? What are the trends happening in terms of across the grade levels or across the student groups? Why do we think it's happening? That's the so what. And then the now what are we going to do about it and investigate it? Again, these are brand new reports being rolled out this year in earnest. And so we should be coming back to you more information on that. But I hope that answered your question somewhat.
So one follow-up on that, and then one other question, and then we have comments from Board Member Pritchett. Would we need to, through a legal and collective bargaining agreement standpoint, wait for state legislative mandate to do away with willful defiance as an allowable reason for suspension in those upper grades, particularly when we're hearing that that is the #1 catch-all for students and that there is huge disproportionality?
Would you need to wait for state legislation? I believe that there are districts that have already done that in the absence of state legislation.
And it does not require a negotiation through the collective bargaining agreement.
And I'm going to turn to Councilor McCarn, but I think what would require a negotiation is any effects of that decision on work conditions or wages.
Yeah, I think when we had a conversation that there had been some concerns around language around allowing educator discipline. But if there is not, and there is a willingness with SCTA to partner on this, I think that this is a huge opportunity for us to address a civil rights issue that is impacting disproportionately Black and brown students. And I would suggest that there is a will to do it on behalf of our educators as much as there are across our student and community groups. And I would hope we would look into that. The one other question that I had around this is really, as we're talking about the limitations of instituting restorative practices and PBIS at all school sites, is it a resource limitation? Do we not have the money to do it? Or is it, once again, what I've heard quite often is we are encouraging school sites to embrace this versus saying this will happen system-wide because it is the right thing to do for students?
So historically, as a district, we have exactly what you said. We have encouraged sites to do it based on interest, based on willingness. And we recognize that where we're wanting to shift to is more of a data-driven approach where sites are identified because of need, right? Because of the evidence in the data is showing that that is a site that needs additional supports and interventions. And that would include providing support through professional learning to help teachers acquire the skills, knowledge, capacity to provide the supports that students then need. So professional learning, as Ms. Guillen alluded to in the LCAP when she spoke about the LCAP, is an area that requires negotiation in terms of impact on wages and work conditions. And so
in order to be able to do the training, there would have to be mutually agreed upon conditions, and this would be negotiated.
yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just have two questions. First off, I don't recall that the board saw the data from the survey, school climate survey that went out, or the questions that went out. Did we get a board communication on that? The questions that were on the survey that went out, I don't believe the board saw that, did we?
On the school climate?
Yes.
Some time ago.
It's been a while, but we didn't see the data back from it, is what.
That's our annual survey, yes.
That's the annual survey that went out in early spring. It's in Illuminate. I don't know that the board has access to Illuminate, but all the items are in there.
Yeah, we don't have access to Illuminate. Can you send it out via a board communication so we
Yes.
can see what the survey results say? And then can you tell me why the question of the SRO was not on the survey? Do we have an answer for
So
that?
historically, we've done the survey in
Who's talking?
collaboration.
Okay, sorry,
I'll
Vince.
take that one. Historically, the survey is an annual document, and
Yeah.
so actually we prep it in December before it's issued.
Uh-huh.
So in the conversation about the SRO, the first opportunity we'd have would be this next school year to incorporate that question. 'Cause
Can
the
we
survey's-
ensure that that question is on the survey? That way we can get an understanding from all of our parents in all of our areas? Okay, and then also maybe you tell me, we talk a lot about professional learning and we all know how important that is, but can you tell us a dollar amount of what it is for one day of professional learning throughout our district?
I think at our last calculation.
1.4 million?
1.4 million for a day of mandated professional learning.
For just teachers?
For teachers.
For just teachers, okay. I think that's really important for our community to know the dollar amount that's connected to that, because I think we all agree that there needs to be more professional learning, but that's a lot of money. Thank you.
Excuse me, Board Member Pritchett, I did want to add to the response, and certainly take your advisement. Just know that the survey historically has been something that we've discussed with our labor partners as well, so that's another process step that we'll have to do to ensure changing it.
Okay, I'd be more than happy to be part of the planning process.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time in presenting. Oh, right on time. There we go. So we're moving on. This was only an informational item. Moving on to item 8.3, approve the plan to reimagine school safety, presented this evening by Lisa Allen and Nathaniel Browning. In context, as you set up the presentation, the board a few months ago directed the district to come up with a plan for reimagining school safety that included a divestment of school resource officers on campuses across the district. So we'll be hearing from the two of you, and I believe a few others this evening.
President Ryan, can I make a request that if we have questions throughout the presentation, that board can do that during is that okay?
Would others like to
That
do
request?
questions throughout the presentation or hold it towards the end? Okay, I think board members are okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
But we will require you to light up to make that request. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I am Lisa Allen, Deputy Superintendent, and I am here with Nathaniel Browning, the Policy and Governance Manual Manager, and we are here to present you a plan to reimagine school safety. As you've seen tonight, as always, our core values and guiding principles are what we use to drive our work. So for tonight's presentation, we will focus on developing a stronger culture and climate through regular trainings and professional development, which is a focus area and key component of our work. We will discuss the role of non-school site-based patrol officers, and Nathaniel will talk about the creation of board policies and protocols, and the role of the non-site-based patrol officers and the site administrators will be defined. We will discuss the need to increase the quality of our safety plans, and we will discuss upgrades to our facilities to improve safety. Now let's talk a little bit about the background and why we're here today. In the past 9 years, we have had a contract with the Sacramento Police Department for school resource officers, or SROs. However, there has been a growing concern surrounding SROs being stationed at our school sites and being used to address discipline issues that should be the role of the site administrator. There's also a growing concern about general public safety with the recent mass shootings. We have had 4 major incidents recently in the headlines. Surrounding districts, I might add, have also went through a similar process such as the one we're going through tonight. And what we found is through our research, we have learned that even the Chicago public schools and the New York City schools are just beginning conversations regarding the role of SROs. So many people are grappling with how law enforcement interacts with students. So what you see here is, I would like you to take a look at this, because we realize that this is a difficult conversation to have, not only here locally, but nationwide. We all have students' interest at heart, and all are working to raise the voices, and we are working to raise the voices of all of our stakeholders. And students are at the center of this plan. We understand the heightened concern of police being on our campuses all the time. However, we also realize the need for a fast response time when assistance is needed. We are also trying to respect and balance the voices of the board, committees, task force groups, community, site administrators, and other district staff, and the Sacramento Police Department. We are trying to meet the needs of all stakeholders within our boundaries to maintain safety and within budget constraints. We are trying to address the sometimes competing concerns in a logical manner without the pendulum swinging from one side to the other. Now, Nathaniel will begin the discussion on staff recommendations.
Good evening. So one of the first pieces of our staff recommendation this evening is around how to improve and create a more positive culture and climate within our school sites. We've heard the community and the board, and we've also read about best practices and research that really focus on the need to create caring adults where students feel really connected to on sites. And that's a really critical piece for creating a better culture and climate and safety on schools. So with that, we really want to take part of the focus being on providing trainings to a large group of staff, from administrators, teachers, all the way through to campus monitors, district staff, office managers, and many others. And that's really just a focus on implicit bias, restorative practices, customer service, and a list of other related training areas and professional development areas. So that is not just, we're not talking about standalone one-day trainings. We understand that that does not work. So for example, office managers meet quarterly. So within that quarterly framework, providing ongoing trainings to build upon previous trainings in a continuum of learning. Also wanting to highlight the campus monitors. When Lisa and I started digging into this presentation and this planning, we found out that campus monitors just really don't receive training whatsoever. And one thing that we did hear from our site administrators is that focusing on the campus monitors and providing training within that is a critical piece.
Can I have you pause there just for 1 second? I have a question about that. So I know that this came up in the community meeting and in many of the conversations I've been having with community members. So I appreciate the focus on implicit bias, restorative practice training. I appreciate the fact that we're trying to equip our staff at the site level with the tools they need to meet the needs of students. When you're looking at doing these trainings with hall monitors, with office managers, with principals and APs, what portion of the budget that would be redirected that would traditionally go to an SRO contract, that $1.4 million, would actually go to training?
So what we're talking about here is $1.4 million that we had previously annually for the SRO contract. Of that, we'll talk about this later. The staffing component, I want to say, is the staffing component is about $1 million of that, so $400,000 specifically on training. Do I have that correct?
Okay, thank you. Board Member Pritchett.
Before we move from the slide, can you elaborate on security officers?
Yeah, so I would maybe have to ask Kathy Allen to elaborate a little bit on that, but I know that security officers were identified as being very eager to receive some of the trainings that we talked about here. And we also know that security officers are roam throughout the district to address any kind of security calls that they may receive. So they're interacting and interfacing with community, with students sometimes, and such like that. So they were identified as one of the groups of staff members to focus on.
Okay, maybe I'm confused because when I read security officers, I was thinking of an off-site company coming onto school grounds. You're talking about employees of the district are security officers that we hire. That's what you're saying? That's correct. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Browning.
So another element with building in a stronger culture and climate in this plan is really focusing on and going after additional mental health supports and funding. We know that this is a larger conversation both within the Sacramento area nationally, but here as well. We did attend a community forum hosted by community groups, and that was a large topic as well. And that is an ongoing conversation here at the district. So there are a couple grant proposals out within that, and we're very hopeful and going to continue seeking those opportunities.
And those grant proposals with the county specifically focus on mental health workers and trauma enforcement practice training district-wide.
That is correct, President Ryan.
Thank you.
Also, you just heard the last presentation and the focus on MTSS and other efforts. Another key component to the staff recommendation is really to focus on enhancing board policies that outline the roles and responsibilities of school personnel and law enforcement. So the policy committee, which is comprised of 3 board members on the dais, really started digging into a sample policy language offered by the ACLU around police interaction with students. A lot of that language in there went above and beyond what we currently have in our questioning and apprehension policy, but it also included a lot of those pieces. So we've been developing and started developing those policy pieces and components as well. We also looked to Elk Grove Unified, who is ahead of us in this conversation around the role of SROs, because they've also implemented a number of policies in relation to and using the ACLU sample language. So a key component of that is specifically outlining the roles of site administrators and law enforcement, and when site administrators should call upon law enforcement to come to sites.
I think can I also add that in this policy that we're crafting, that the policy itself should stand with or without an SRO contract. So.
Thank you, Chair Vang. Also, the sample draft policy really focuses on this item around data collection and ongoing monitoring, and then developing and distributing annual or regular reports around safety and engaging stakeholders around that. One of the best practices that we've heard from is in Elk Grove. They've implemented a quarterly, I believe, safety meeting with community stakeholders that I know the SRO officers have really started to take a great value in, and there's some community members that it sounds like take great value in that as well. So here are some examples of what the sample policy talks about our site administrator roles. So for example, I'm just going to pull out a couple. Loitering, that's something that's going to be handled by a site administrator versus an SRO. Possession of alcohol and small amounts of marijuana, such like that. And juxtapose, here's law enforcement and their role on campus. They would be called on if there's an issue with firearms violations, assault, and such like that. Really, the law enforcement role is outlined in California Penal Code 830.1.
Nathaniel, before you push past this, I just want to clarify because I think it's a bit confusing in the documents. So the site administrators would be charged with dealing with insubordination, defiance, any of these issues, profanity, loitering. We hear a lot of escalation of these very minor infractions, including if they were to find possession of marijuana or other drugs. When you're talking about the non-school site referral to law enforcement, it would be assault and battery, firearms. So these are the escalated threats that would not be able to be handled by site level staff.
So that is correct. On the site administrator column, outlining those pieces and in the policy draft, it states that site administrators shall do this duty as part of their assignment within the district and not rely upon law enforcement, whatever that may look like. These are low-level offenses. In talking with SROs in Elk Grove and with other individuals, they really value this idea around staying within their lane, is how they called it in Elk Grove, because law enforcement also just want to focus on what they got their training on, and that is on the law enforcement column there. So the law enforcement column really is egregious issues above and beyond and outside the scope of an administrator because it's a criminal act.
Well, I would also argue, and I know we have some of our colleagues from the village here tonight, that part of that, the reason that developed in Elk Grove is because there were 18 months of efforts to put in place the policies and protocols to clearly delineate when that was appropriate and for what, quote unquote, egregious actions.
That is correct. That's my understanding as well.
President Ryan, sorry, my button's on.
Oh. It's not coming up. I don't know why. Go ahead, Board Member Vang.
Okay. Mr. Browning, can you share a little bit more about the bullet point on investigate safety and welfare checks in terms of that role of law enforcement? What is that?
Depending upon what's going on, sometimes law enforcement is called to, if there's a student missing or if we've gotten word that there's a student that's in harm and we can't find the student, then the police officer will go to the home and do a welfare check just to make sure that things are okay with the student, and if not, work with the district to provide wraparound services and get the student help.
Is that a role that social workers play, though?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Another question I just had is, I know these are examples, and I just wanted to clarify. I noticed under law enforcement, we have collection of data, and I didn't see that under site administrator, because I think one of my concern is whether while there are certain responsibility of law enforcement, I do think that, it's also important for a site administrator to also collect the data and when they contact law enforcement. So that's important as well.
Absolutely agreed.
Definitely. Understood.
Board Member Garcia.
Just a quick question on the data collection. I know that in prior years, this has been an issue of concern for the district because we have been unable to gather data, not only from our school personnel, but also from our SROs. And that's critical in advancing any conversation forward. So I just want to know what has changed since the conversation of a few months ago where there seemed, I don't know if there was any meetings of the mind in terms of school district staff with police department, or how has the conversation evolved about the ability to collect the data that the district needs in order to assess whether or not this is an effective strategy in providing school safety?
Thank you. We have had additional conversations with Sacramento PD about the data collection and what they could offer and what we could do as well. And that's why this is up there. They have agreed to provide additional data, like who made the citation, if there was an arrest, demographics data, who the administrator was, who referred the student. So there's a lot of data that they can that have agreed to give to us, as well as data we can collect as well.
Okay, and then the next staff recommendation is around personnel and non-school site-based patrol officers. Before I hand it back over to Deputy Superintendent Allen, I just wanted to say that there was a long process around trying to identify alternatives around staffing specifically. We looked at options around not being able to just have monthly meetings or quarterly meetings, whatever that may look like, with PD, and then also have some sort of fast track if we have to call the operator to get someone at our sites. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way, and Ms. Allen can speak to that a little bit later. Also, we looked at trying to maybe perhaps increase the number of campus monitors or outside security firms or something along those lines. The issues with those are outside security firms don't have the same connection with the police department, don't have the same level of training or clearances. So when we desperately need them because there's an assault that happened on campus or something along those lines, a criminal act on campus. Also, with the campus monitors, when we polled school administrators, principals, in the 5 things, it was 5th on the list of what they said that would be an option to do. And anecdotally, there was one principal that shared a story about having 6 campus monitors on site, and 4 or 5 of those 6 would never break up a fight. They would never even jump in to break up a fight. So we didn't feel like that was necessarily the best option because it wasn't identified as a very high priority for our administrators, and after hearing case studies and similar examples like that. And with that, I'll hand it back over.
Thank you, Nathaniel. So staff's recommendation is to fund up to 3 non-school-based officers and 1 sergeant to ensure a faster response to our schools in the event of criminal activity in and or around our schools. The non-school site-based officers will not be stationed at a school site. They will patrol the district in geographical zones and assist sites with their safety plans. Research shows when police officers are engaged in the implementation of the site plan, the result is a much more robust plan overall. Their primary role would be to address the issues Nathaniel spoke of in the previous slide. The Penal Code 830.1. Now, if you look at this map, if we have up to 3 non-school site-based officers, What we did was use data based on the number of calls from January through May 2019 to determine the patrol areas. Blue would be is the east zone. The brown middle part encompasses the downtown areas, and the yellow is the pocket and south of Florin areas. And if you look at under the call zones, in the parentheses are the number of calls within each zone. So if you ask, some people say, well, what type of calls were these? These calls received were shots fired, welfare checks, students that were at risk or missing, child abuse, neglect, assault, and sex crimes.
We have a question from Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify if these are school site-based calls or these are
These are school site-based calls, our schools.
our schools. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. So our police officers will be roaming, floating in their cars, ensuring a faster response if sites call. Without parole officers assigned to the district, this is something Nathaniel was alluding to, SAC PD has a priority dispatch system where all calls are placed and prioritized. So if we don't have police officers, if we call them, they may not get to the call within hours, just depending upon the priority and or the severity of the call, because we basically would be competing with the city and the calls that are coming throughout the city.
Okay, Board Member Pritchett, and then I think there's a question from Board Member Vanger. Did you
Member Morowski asked my question.
Okay, got it.
I
So
have a
Board Member
question about
Pritchett.
thank you. I have a question about the number of calls. Do we have any data on the number of arrests of these calls and also data on the incidents that had been prevented because of the call?
We don't have it here, but we can get that information.
Can we start having that on a regular basis?
Yes, that's part of the data that we can collect.
Okay.
I just wanted to make it clear one more time that we're talking about with these zones, officers largely being in their cars addressing calls. We're not talking about officers sitting outside in parking lots in their cars, because we understand that that's an issue of contention.
Absolutely.
So we're not talking about anybody staying at a site, but constantly roaming and roving.
We're also proposing as sergeant, not only because it is a requirement of SAC PD, but this would be a primary liaison between the district and SAC PD. So this sergeant, so many of the responsibilities of the sergeant would be the following, and you can see there. They would train and coach and counsel the school site-based patrol officers, work closely with district personnel and the director of school safety that I will talk about in a few minutes, and be the point person to coordinate emergency responders as needed, and be the person to help with the data collection of the non-school site-based patrol officers and the events that are happening at sites. And they would also attend the meetings that Nathaniel spoke, that we'll speak of when in regards to school safety. Also, we are also recommending to hire one director of school safety. This position is a critical position would be a critical position in our district. This person would be the primary liaison between the district, the sergeant, and other first responders. They would also be pivotal in internal investigations, as well as the data tracking, managing our data system, and developing, training, and implementing the comprehensive school safe plan at each school site. I'll turn it back over to Nathaniel.
So another key component of this recommendation this evening is to really focus on the quality of our safety planning and drills. So we have read much about best practices around the need for emergency preparedness planning and drills. And what everyone says in the research is that really focusing on the policies, process, and procedures, and then developing a muscle memory for staff are very critical. Over and over again, a couple publications that are noted as being very useful tools in making sure that everything is buttoned up in relation to our safety plans and drills is this Presidential Policy Directive number 8 and the FEMA publication noted here. Like I said, best practices show that there's needing to have regular and ongoing training is one of the most critical components because the first and best line of defense is a well-trained and highly alert staff. I do want to note that understanding that there could be implicit bias if we're training staff to identify any potential safety threats, that there's a human element to that. So really focusing and doubling down on that implicit bias training, again, that we previously spoke about, goes hand in glove with this. And lastly, we want to talk about facilities upgrades. So there is, we have $10 million already set aside from from bond funding to install what are called Columbine-style locks in all of our classroom doors throughout the campus. What a Columbine-style lock is a lock that you cannot open from the outside unless you have a key, no matter what. You cannot unlock it and access it from the outside. It's always locked. And what I mean by installing Columbine-style locks on every single classroom door in the campus, if there's a room that holds 5 or more students in it, it will have a Columbine-style lock put on the door. Not just a door, but all doors into that classroom. So for example, I know that there's some school sites that have classrooms where there's a main entrance and then there's a side entrance. And sometimes that side entrance actually goes into a broom closet, which has another door entrance. So it has an extremely soft entrance there. So what we're saying is in that instance, both of the doors on the perimeter of that classroom would have Columbine-style locks.
Can I ask a question?
Board Member Pritchett, I'm sorry, I didn't see that light up.
Thank you for that clarification on the Columbine-style locks and on the back doors. Have you reached out to SAC Fire in regards to access to the back doors?
Ms. Allen?
So the Office of Public School Construction and California Department of Education are the ones that develop the criteria for interior door locks of a classroom with an occupancy of 5 or more. If we were to be building a new school, for example, that would go through the Division of State Architect, not local fire authority.
Okay, that kind of answers my question, but I guess my main question is like, why are they open now?
Well, I don't know that they're open, and we do have interior style door locks in about 1/3 of our classroom doors, so we're not starting from zero, which is great. But I mean, over the years, as we do a modernization project or we do any kind of improvements on a site that involve looking at the exterior or the classroom doors, and we will replace them with interior style door locks, but it's a long process. So this $10 million that we sold out of Measure Q will allow us to kind of do it, not all at once, because it's still a huge process, but at least make some pretty significant inroads into identifying the door. Actually, we already have the doors identified that need interior door locks, so we're working on putting a package together to purchase about $5 million worth, and then we have to figure out how to install them because we don't want it to take years and years and years.
Okay, then I'd like to ask that superintendent that staff do an immediate analysis of all of our school sites to look at all doors throughout the district, including the exterior doors and the supply closet doors.
Thank you. Please continue.
So real quick, there are also other alternatives that are free that we can focus on in order to increase safety in school sites and school buildings, such as just where you place the bookshelf, for example, in a classroom, up right against the main entrance door, so it blocks visibility. So if a predator or someone were to look in the classroom, it blocks the view of students and such like that. But additionally, this is another larger conversation that may be had in the future around another future bond.
Thank you.
So with that, we have next steps after this evening. If the board approves this plan this evening, we're going to really focus on outlining what the training components look like and the timeline and structure along those lines, and would be willing to share with the board. Definitely want to get some stakeholder feedback on that. We know we have a very engaged community within this conversation and have been present. But we also want to reach out to partners that we share with Elk Grove that have been very involved with Elk Grove, because everyone, from the outside perspective, everyone seems quite initially happy with that. I'm sure there's some focus areas that we can use from that. Also, we want to post the director of school safeties right away, work with SAC PD on a contract, and bring the policies that I spoke about back to the board for approval. Those are getting close. They need a little bit more vetting, both with committee, staff, and community. And then outline these quarterly community feedback meetings and other ways that the community can continue to engage. Like I keep pointing back to Elk Grove, I know that they have a number of shared community groups that have been engaged with the process there. We're very interested in engaging with them and then seeing how it's working and seeing how they like it and seeing what we need to tweak for our own selves and working with them. And then lastly, outline a structure to convene a working group to really focus on the comprehensive school site safety plans, and then come back to the board in February 2020 with an update.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Board Member Minnick.
I just wanted to back up because you did mention this. You were in the zone, so I didn't want. But you did reference involvement of community members in terms of some of the positions or input, and I wanted to find out about well, not only in the hiring process, but then also in the development of the job description for that position that's a district position. Is that something that's been looked into, or is this? I know that this position, a version of this position existed before.
A version of the director of Safe Schools did exist.
In terms of making some alterations to it, are we looking at the potential for bringing in some of our community folks to be involved in that, or is that appropriate? That's what.
Well, can I actually just say, Board Member Minnick, I was actually going to suggest an amendment to the proposal tonight based on the good work that was done by the Black Youth Leadership Project and the Village in Elk Grove, so that they actually required and requested that there be a community presence on the hiring panel, both for the Director of School Safety and for the 3 non-school site-based SROs, to ensure that we were hiring individuals that the community also felt were going to work well with students in crisis situations. And I think that that is absolutely invaluable. And I would go one step further. There was an excellent recommendation that came out of the community meeting that the Black Parallel School Board and SAC Act did that talked about, could we actually include a student on that panel? And I think that that would be incredibly powerful. I think given the time and energy that Brown Issues and others have spent, it makes sense. And I would like to ask for that amendment to the proposal as well.
Well, and then back to that piece of the actual job description development. Is that something that could be looked at as a vetting process of that, or
no, I do think it is something that we can do, because we do want to relook at the position. And so, yes, I think we can do that. And yes, President Ryan, we can include community members and a student on the panel for the Director of Safe Schools. Now, for the police officers, I'm not sure about that. And the process that they go through. So we do have Officer Hines here that can perhaps answer that question.
Thank you.
President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. So we have return rates for the SROs that have been in your schools. They're all back and they're all in new jobs now, but they, per their union rights, they would have return rates. But we certainly, for new hiring, would be absolutely open to a community member and a student to sit on the panel. It completely makes sense.
So you would be committed for new hires to have a student panel member and community members, and the district is saying they would be committed to ensuring that we have community presence and a student member on the director of school safety.
Sure.
Great.
President Ryan, I have a question.
Yes, Member Pritchett.
Can I just also ask, I think that we can all agree that we have a very diverse district in Sacramento City, and that I request that all communities be involved in the so-called committee.
Yes.
I think you're asking for representation from administrators and other key leaders, which I think are part of the
That make up
panels.
our entire district.
Okay. Member Garcia.
Yes, I actually wanted to underscore the importance of community representation and student representation in the hiring of SROs if this recommendation is approved tonight. But I would actually want for representation from the most impacted student groups due to some of the SROs that we currently have. I think there should be an opportunity for all communities to have a voice, but I think, I believe that the people who should be at the table should represent the communities that are most impacted by the current practices. So I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And I think we have one other comment from Member Minnick.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, when you talked about the training piece, I think it was you, Mr. Browning. You talked about the training from the administrators to the site monitors, the campus monitors, and teachers. And so I wanted to find out about because I think that, like, typically we have a more ability to have training opportunities for administrators that have a kind of a more flexible schedule in terms of their contract and stuff. And so I wanted to find out, like, kind of how we could go about making sure this training is available, like all these things around restorative practices and dealing with, how to, interact with students to prevent issues, like, having, positive interactions with the students. Our teachers are the ones that have the most interaction with our students by far. Unfortunately, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the contract we have for teachers is like one day beyond, like, the actual school year that the students are in session. Is that right? And so that doesn't leave us a lot of space for training. Now, we do have the collaboration time that happens at most schools on Thursdays, but we don't have a lot of time available. And I feel like this is a group of our community that we need to make sure receive the professional development around this, so that issues are dealt with in the classroom before they get beyond the classroom to the administrators, to law enforcement, or whatever. And so I wanted to see if there's been some discussion about that. I feel like in a perfect world, we would have a contract with our teachers that was 5-6 days longer than the school year of our students, so we can intertwine throughout the year a bunch of ongoing professional development. That hasn't been the case in the past. So is that a conversation that could be had. Obviously, that's a negotiation issue, but but when I think about, who's most likely to be able to intervene when, problems occur and kind of address our students' needs before it becomes a problem, is our teachers. And I want to make sure that they have the amount of support that they need to be able to do that in a healthy way. So if you could kind of give me some idea.
So one thing that we have talked about a little bit was that, and then how we can open this up for more people to attend. And so we're just thinking about having open trainings, perhaps after school, where people can come. It would be free for all, perhaps maybe having it here or having it at certain school sites where we would have that training that you're speaking of, but it would be after school and it would be open and free to whoever wanted to attend. That's one idea we had thought of.
I guess that's great. And I think creating the opportunity for people to have it is the first step. I think, unfortunately, sometimes, in any job, the folks that need it the most are not going to be the ones who self-select to come. And I want to make sure that we provide that support and that training as needed, ongoing. And I know we heard earlier from the other presentation, it's like $1.5 million for one day of training. So I get that that's somewhat cost preventative. But this is so important, and as if we're slowly moving, and I'm all for divesting of our resources from law enforcement. I think this is a great balance, so that we still have immediate access, but without without law enforcement on campus. That's arisen as a concern for a lot of our students. But if we're going to be doing that, I want to make sure that the caring adults that are on site really do get the support and education and training that they need to be successful, so our kids get what they want. So thanks.
Thank you, Member Minnick. Do we have another comment from Member Morawski?
Thank you. I wanted to thank you, President Ryan. I think it was you who initiated this discussion last fall. The district is it's like a large ship, and it doesn't turn easily. And I want to just acknowledge where we started here last fall and where we've gotten to, and the level of engagement and the level of thoughtfulness that's really gone into the planning around how we move forward. I mean, from just kind of status quo to a really, really robust and comprehensive attempt at capturing all of the different stakeholder interests. And so I really want to acknowledge the community members, many of whom are here tonight, that informed this process. I really want to thank SACPD for working with us to, address the community's concerns in ways that reflect, everyone's sense of safety and perception of safety. And thank staff for the work that went into this. I think it's a very thoughtful way to move forward. There's a lot of good stuff. It ties into the culture and climate efforts that we talked about earlier. I wish we were a lot further along in having more in place at this point. But I have no doubt that in working with SACPD and working with our administrators to get ready for the first day of school, that we'll be ready. And I don't know if there's anything else you can say about efforts in the next months. Should this plan be approved to ensure we really ramp up quickly and deliver on the results that the community expects of us.
So if this plan is approved, we plan to, on tomorrow, start very swiftly with SAC PD, have conversations with them, and get this moving. So because it's a process, just like we're going through a process tonight, they would have to go through a process as well through the city. And so moving quickly with the contract, our legal, their legal, getting it approved. We'd have to bring the contract back here for approval and then getting it over to the city for approval. So there is a process that we have to go through.
Thank you. We have are you done, Member Morosky?
Well, I'll just take the opportunity to say I really appreciate your inclusion of quarterly community meetings to inform this plan as it's fully refined. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a couple comments, including our student board member, but we're going to take those after public comments. Mr. Barrios, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 27 public comments. I'll read the first 10 and the next 10, and then we'll keep going. They are in order: Ruth Sosa, followed by Cassandra Jennings, Allison Allaire Soto, Julie Snyder, Tim Stidman, Melissa Reynoso, Carl Pinkston, Cecile Nunley, and Tony Perez. And we'll take the next 10 after them. Please line up in order.
Before we begin, I just want to make sure, board members, I know that we had said if we had more than 15 comments on any item, that we would reduce to 1 minute per public commenter. I know that we have our wellness policy, parents, and community waiting to speak, and you're already about an hour behind. My apologies. So we will do 1 minute per public comment. However, you're more than welcome to combine your public comments. If you want to do that, let me know, and we'll make sure that we add that up, and then we just have people peel away. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Sosa, and I'm a member of the Rosemont community for over 20 years. I also was a teacher at Rosemont High School for 15 years and a veteran teacher for 30. So good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and distinguished board members. I'll be very brief, because I know we have limited time. And I just wanted to say that I have had the privilege of working with Officer Lopez at Rosemont High School for over 15 years. He is a consummate professional in his work, and he goes above and beyond the call of duty with his students, his staff, and his teachers. I also wanted to say that over the years, I've seen a reduction in the amount of violence in our community. As I said, I live in the Rosemont community, so I've seen the reduction of gang activity, both on and off campus. It's time to increase community partnership with law enforcement in the climate of violence and unrest in our communities by employing more SROs instead of reducing the number of SROs. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, Chair Ryan and members of the board. Cassandra Jennings, President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. And over the past year, I've been serving on the African American Achievement Task Force. I just want to say, I think you're moving in the right direction. We certainly were concerned about the suspension rate and the climate. I will say that I'm hopeful that the training is essential, and that please look for in the future for more savings so that we can allocate for training. I think it's real important, you heard before, is who's doing the training. And so I hope that you're sensitive to that and that the police also get the training. We want to make sure that the community is included in all the decisions that you make, and certainly we'll be there to really make sure that the effect of this not only provides safety, but doesn't impact any negatively any particular community. So thank you for this step forward.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings.
Good evening, President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Allison Allaire Saito, and I teach AP World History at Rosemont High School. I'm on our campus climate and safety committee, and I also had a gun go off in my classroom at Sacramento Charter High School several years ago. Our SOR Officer Lopez, is an important part of our Rosemont family. His presence helps students and teachers feel safe, secure, and protected. I feel safe seeing his patrol car in the parking lot on my way in every day. Officer Lopez spends time building relationships with our kids. Officer Lopez knows what is going on and acts to prevent violence. I noticed that you have security officers here tonight and every week at the board meetings. Our kids deserve that same sense of safety. If you take away SROs, what or who will you replace them with to ensure school safety? Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I'm Julie Snyder. It's my third time to talk to you on this issue. I am also a teacher at Rosemont High School, and I want to talk about building relationships. We've had an SRO dedicated to our school for quite a number of years, and his success has been achieved through building relationships with students and staff. If we do not have a dedicated officer, I don't know how that will be able to be achieved any longer. Not only that, our school is a city school located within the county, so we do not have access to city police officers. So you talk about reducing response time. I don't think that will be an option for Rosemont High School. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tina Stidman. I'm married to a Sac City Unified teacher. I'm here tonight to speak and ask that you do not reduce the number of security individuals on the campuses. Cutting it in half is absolutely unacceptable. I come from a security background. I've worked and ran a security force in Vallejo on a college campus. I can tell you, you can't build community if students have no one to talk to and to relate to. If you pull the SRAs out and all they can do is rely on each other, you're abandoning the students. I came tonight to look each one of you in the eyes. So when something happens and you've reduced this number, you have a burden to bear in that. No one can protect the schools if they're not there. I urge you to carefully think about that, because that will be on your head.
Thank you.
Melissa Reynoso, as a parent and teacher and community member and resident of this district, I think it would be a big mistake to reduce our SRO officers.
Good evening. My name is Carl Pinkston. I'm with the Black Parallel School Board. In the backdrop of Sacramento history of the killing of Stephon Clark, I think we really need to take a moment about what has happened, the decision that this board has made. So back in February 21st, the board basically agreed to continue the contract until June 30th, but with a proviso that it asked the community to partner in the process. That did not quite happen since February. And therefore, the Black Parallel School Board is opposed to having SRO on campus because historically, staff has transferred disciplinary responsibilities to law enforcement. Therefore, we request that the board remove any reference to include new contracts for SROs within the district proposal. Second, we strongly recommend that the district flood the campus with campus monitors to support school staff on the first day. And lastly, the district needs to build trust by allowing the process to go through the board policy committee.
Good evening again. I am also a member of the African American Task Force, and we made the recommendation, as you well know, to not renew the contract 100%. However, one of the things that I can say is that I realize the board did a very smart move, or I should say staff did a smart move forward, which is to at least cut the number of staff down in half. And we do applaud that. And we also applaud the fact that the board is taking very courageous steps to not only cut the number in half, but also say when can law enforcement be called and when can they not. This is one of those things where it's a political thing, but you need to have that courageous step forward, that bold step to say we're going to do what's best for kids, not just for adults.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. My name is Tony Perez. I am the former assistant principal at Hiram Johnson, and I'm the new principal at John Morris Therapeutic Center, which, thank you. You're all welcome to come on out and take a look. I am now trained to train my staff in de-escalation of crisis situations, given the population of my students. However, even with that training, even with the fact that they've been doing this for years, the thought of losing SROs is going to keep me up at night. For the mental health aspect, for the ability to have their assistance in a 5150 situation, minutes are important. If I have to wait on a regular dispatch call, I can't control that situation. That's out of my scope. I'm going to do the very best I can. So please, the SRO presence, the communication, the coordination of resources is paramount. For the safety of my students, for the safety of all of our students, please approve this proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 20 more comments, and the next 10 are Lorene Pryor. Please line up in order when you hear your name called. Allegra Taylor, Laura Vu, Angel Garcia, Angie Sutherland, Liz Guillen, Danielle Prince, Barbie Beard, Liliana Mendoza, and Gabriel Pineda.
And you'll be combining your comment with
We are.
the individual who left?
Correct.
Okay.
So
So there will be 2 minutes for you and then one for Allegra. Do you want to do 3 together?
We'll do 3.
Okay.
We'll be fine. So I wanted to just clarify a couple of things. So when you say that we've been involved in this situation or in the communications with Elk Grove, I need everybody to understand that they weren't easy conversations. They weren't conversations where they told us what they were going to do and we said, okay. That's not the conversations that we had. What we did was we made it a point to show up to every board meeting and request a presence on any selection panel going forward. And then we would count the number of days until they gave us that information. We requested to know who trained the SROs, what they were trained in, name of classes, how many restorative practices classes, if they even attended any. We wanted to know exactly how many contacts they've had with our students. And a lot of those students happen to be Black male students. And I don't see any Black males here in the audience. And that's troubling for me, especially in this district where you guys are #1 in suspension and expulsion. My problem is a lot of times we say, well, it's the officers. No, it's the administrators and it's your staff because they're calling the officers onto the campus. So we need to talk about what are we training our staff to do? What are we expecting them to do? When are they calling them? This is not their personal customer service hotline. These are children with actual feelings. So we have to figure out a happy medium. Like I told Elk Grove, I will tell you, Allegra and I are ready to come and sit on your selection panel. Allegra and I are ready to come and sit on your working group because we believe we have a vested interest when we go to court with kids because they get citations on these campuses. We have a vested interest to make sure that stops, and that's by any means necessary. Your MOU should dictate what you want to see happen, not what the police department wants to see happen, what the community's input in what should be happening for those students. So we have to be clear about the trajectory in which we're trying to go, and we're not going to wait until people are comfortable enough to have the conversation about racism. We have to be bold enough to sit up and stand up and say, you know what, it's enough. And by now, we're going to just insert ourselves and we're going to make it happen for our own kids.
Thank you, Lorene.
Because one of the things that's really complex here is everyone is quick to talk about what's happening with Black and brown. We need to make it very clear, yes, Black and brown are affected by these decisions that you guys are making, but Black children are still at the top of the list, more than doubling from last year. So we're saying, what are you guys doing? Nothing. And we want to make sure that something gets done. You guys got a good start with these 3 SROs, but my question is, how are 3 SROs going to cover that whole area in this whole district and all of those schools? And when those 3 SROs are already called out somewhere else, what are we going to get? Sac PD? Sac Sheriff? And what are statistics of them and how they treat our kids? This is a good start. but we want to help you get to the end.
Okay.
And I think we can do that.
Thank you, Allegra.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, and members of the board. My name is Laura Vu, and I am with Hmong Innovating Politics. HIP is here to stand with the young people, parents, and community members to demand that the district remove the SRO contract from the proposal. We appreciate the district's efforts to ensure school safety, but we strongly believe that cops do not belong in our schools, nor should school districts use educational funds to pay them. Majority of our students in the district are students of color, many who come from families and communities with historical and current trauma of law enforcement's institutional racism. These communities are already heavily policed and targeted at the federal, county, and city levels. In the community forums that we held at Luther Burbank, as well as with 2 sheriff deputies and parents and school board members, there was an alarming concern that was brought up that some schools administrators and teachers choose to use law enforcement as a first response to minor incidents. Some parents also have voiced out that they have fear or anxiety coming onto campus with their officers present. I want to remind you of the Safe Haven resolution that the school district adopted. It is a commitment to protecting students and families from law enforcement immigration ratings that aim to separate families.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Barbie Beard, and I'm a parent in the district and a special education teacher at Rosemont High School. I'm here to highlight the very issue of the presence of the SROs on campus. That alone helps to diffuse any potential situation and helps to build relationships with our kids. It further breaks down stigmas and barriers with law enforcement. I feel much safer and supported with Officer Pete Lopez at our site. I also noticed the security vehicles out front when I walked in, and that gave me an impression of safety. I want to provide that for our students as well on campus. I feel that it's more than just response time, it's relationship building with increased trust. Perception is everything for our students. I'm in favor of an assigned officer to a school site to build rapport, not limited to rotations throughout the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, Angel.
Hi, good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and board members. I am Angel Garcia. I am representing Coalition for Students with Disabilities. I'm a mother of 4 brown children in the district, one of who has various disabilities, including mental health needs. I do not want SROs on our campus. Police officers do not belong in our campus. When you talk about getting the community voice, the communities most affected by police are brown and black people, and I'm really afraid for my boys to go to a school that there's a police on campus. I also don't believe that we should be extending the contract to hire 4 more police officers. We don't have the money. At the community meeting that I went to, we were talking about social workers and campus monitors. What happened to that? $400,000 is not going to pay for a bunch of professional development for folks who need this, who interact with our students daily. And lastly, I just want to say police need to work on the community relations before they have access to our brown and black babies. Say his name, Stephen Clark.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm also with Coalition for Students with Disability. And I want to know, where is all of the data? I remember a few months ago hearing Officer Hines say she was told not to bring the data. Now, why is that? That is totally inappropriate that we are even considering having SROs on the campus when we have not seen that. And I don't know if you have seen that, but it seemed like they just show a little bit here and there, just enough. And you asked for data and they said, oh, we don't have that with us. I don't get it. 1 million of the money used for staffing, for police and safety staff, that doesn't leave anything for training and development. The train the trainer model is not going to work for this. We need mental health practitioners. We need people that can actually help the students with their issues, not arrest the students for breaking rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Liliana Mendoza, and I'm a counselor in training at Sacramento City College. I am furious to hear that we're still trying to police our students, our brown and black children, who really, what they need is mental health. We're trying to reimagine a safety plan, reimagine what schools would be like with more counselors, with more people who are able to actually equip and meet them where they need. We do not need any more policing. And I'm gonna leave this at this. I barely met some of these young folks from Brown Issues, and one of the questions that came to mind, what is your feeling with the SROs? And the first thing they said is fear, that they do not feel comfortable with them. They do not feel safe to them. So if you're not gonna listen to me, if you're not gonna listen to the other adult, listen to the actual students who I just met and told me they do not feel safe with SROs. Do not police our schools. Do not tell them to roam around. That's not what we need. We need mental health practitioners to be on site, because that little square that was on that presentation, that's the students. And so if you start with the students and their mental health, things will change.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danielle Prince, and I'm here with Sacramento ACT, and as many of you know, Sacramento ACT, Brown Issues, and Hmong Innovating Politics and Black Parallel School Board, we're working in coalition and have a lot of concerns about the use of SROs on campus due to a national conversation on their contribution to the school-to-prison pipeline. And we have local information, community feedback, as well as the data from the Capital of Suspensions report that show us we really need another strategy. What I heard today, I came prepared with certain comments, but I see that the district already understands how you achieve emotional, psychological, and physical safety of students through building relationship. So you already know what to do. And what was interesting is there was no compelling case for using SROs. And even when people were in support of SROs, they were saying because of relationships. But I was saying to someone that I have a master's in psychological services. I have lots of friends who are therapists and psychologists. And do you know what we study? The development of relationships. And we also have a skill with developing relationships in systems. So families are a system, schools are a system.
Can
So
you
that's
please
what
wrap up?
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you very much.
But that's who you need to invest dollars in if those are the outcomes you want. That's not the kind of training that SROs have.
Thank you.
Good evening. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Public Advocates was proud to join and support community organizations to oppose renewing the contract. I applaud the fact that the presentation tonight had some really positive elements to it, and that you're moving in the right direction. But these community folks did everything right. They came to you in February, they expressed their concerns, and you all responded, I thought, in the right way. You said, we need more data, we need authentic collaboration before we move on. So I was really surprised that the agenda item suggests that you're going to adopt something tonight. Frankly, the community, this same community, should have known exactly what you were going to do tonight.
Thank you very much.
That's
Ms.
problematic.
Guillen. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on items on this, Mr. Barrios?
Yes, we do. The final group is, please come up in order. Diane Soto, Edith Williams, Francesca Lopez, Stephanie Lopez, Javier Munoz, Alma Lopez, Benita Ayala, Christopher Ayala, Ciclali Reyes, and Kenya Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Diana Soto. I just graduated from Luther Burbank High School. This fall, I will be the first in my family to attend college. If it wasn't for the help of several counselors, teachers, and mentors, I wouldn't be where I am today. As a student, I believe that the district should be investing in trusted adults who take the time to understand and connect with students. Adults with training and skills to support and advocate for students, such as counselors, mental health providers, nurses, parent advisors who can communicate instead of investing in SROs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening or good night, everybody. I'm Edith, and this is my brother Sergio. He's just going into middle school right now, and I just graduated from Luther Burbank. So my question is, why are we still talking about SROs when the contract didn't get renewed? Why are we talking about them still? And I gave you guys data for my senior project about the SROs, and you guys, I feel like you guys just let them go, because why are we still talking about it? As a student, I'm wondering, why are we talking about it? And my brother, when he first came in here, he was like, why is there officers around? He was like questioning it. And I said, I don't know. So it makes me worried, because this is my brother going into middle school. And growing up in the community, you know what? We need more counselors. We just lost one of our favorite hall monitors from Luther Burbank. Rest easy, Miss Vicky. And Mr. Campos, he's like one of the best. And then we lost our parent advisor, Alma Lopez, a few years back. We need more of those people who care about us, not people who just look at us like we're nothing now.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Francesca Lopez, and I'm an incoming senior at Luther Burbank High School with the organization Brown Issues to speak on the SRO contract and why I'm against it. Before I begin, I have one question. Why is it that people relate safety with cops? When really, I've had multiple conversations with students, including myself, that state that what they relate school safety with is them feeling comfortable. And we all know that a cop present makes most people uncomfortable, especially if you have cops present with teenagers. Now, what myself and other students feel comfortable with are counselors, hall monitors, and parent advisors. And so if we feel comfortable with what is being cut off and what we feel uncomfortable with is being added on, then what future will we have with students who aren't mentally stable because of the fear of cops on campus and without the support of any mental health counselors? I'm here today not only for myself, but for my little sister and for my little brother and everyone else who couldn't make it, so they have the opportunity to have a better education with the support of people that actually help and not just replace mental stability with trauma. We want counselors, not cops.
Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to say that throughout all my years attending school, from elementary to now going to my senior year, I have only met one person who helps me pursue higher education. And yet, how is it that her position as parent advisor was cut while there are SROs on my campus that has traumatized me and doesn't help me feel safe and doesn't help me pursue higher education? I urge you to use that $1.4 million for people that actually help me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Xavier. I'm a student at McClatchy. And at my school, there's around 2,400 kids and only 7 counselors. And if my math's right, that's around 342 kids for one counselor. That is not okay. We need more counselors so each student can be on track for college, because I know there's multiple students that have got the wrong classes where they're off track to graduate, and it takes them months and leaves them behind in classes because it took them too long to get on track. And we also need more social workers there for students to have a better climate and build a better community within the schools.
Thank you.
Alma Lopez, statewide coordinator for Brown Issues. So I just want to state a few things. One, we definitely need and have a community panel for the hiring process of the safety director, and that does not have to be a law enforcement agent. And second, and most importantly, we're back again to tell you that you gave us your word that there would not be an SRO contract renewed, and now you're bringing forward a modified SRO contract. Our major concern was the use of the public resources, our educational funds for the cops. So we have said time and time again, and the students are telling you their experiences. There's no data in the past 9 years that the district has collected, but the students are definitely telling you their experiences, and that data is very valid, that SROs do not work when it comes to our brown and black and students of color safety. And I do want to highlight and point out that the folks that came in favor of the SRO contract are white. So when I ask about safety, safety for who? And it is important to highlight that part. It really is important because our community has been a punching bag. We're looking at being scapegoats in our targets. So I also want to just highlight that the alternative safety plan that we talked about, that community would also help develop, it's supposed to be that MOU between SAC PD and the district, where in good faith, they are also providing the resources for our schools, which are part of the community that they serve.
Thank you,
So
Alma.
please, in principle, you cannot allow an SRO contract to happen. Our money needs to go to what the students are needing.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Hello, I didn't actually think of talking today, but I actually am. I live in Rosemont. I volunteer in Rosemont and around the community, and I do support these students. And I believe I emailed all of you guys. I think I only heard from Professor. I still call you Professor. Back, and I am against the SROs. I'm talking to them and talking to others in the community, and also remember my own experience from when SROs were introduced to my school, which was a very small school in a small town. The effect it had on our brown and black students. So I am strongly against these SROs and totally support the previous agreement, which was ending that contract. Thank you.
For having the courage to speak.
Oh, sorry. Citlali Reyes.
Thank you. And Mr. Barrios, these are our final two comments. Okay.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Gudino. I'm a Brown Issues Advisor for Rosa Parks K-8, which is located in South Sacramento. I'm born and raised in South Sacramento. I grew up going to my surrounding schools, Luther Burbank High School, Rosa Parks, and the elementary school nearby. And I grew up with law enforcement officers on my campus. I seen my childhood friends get arrested. And this is really frustrating because I now work with middle school students who are 12 to 14 years old, and I see how this is negatively impacting them. Please do not help in any way possible make kids enter the school to prison pipeline. That is not okay. These are the students that are the most impacted, and you need to listen to us. Right now, you're not listening to us, and that is not okay. The parents that are here to say that we should definitely go for the SRO contract, these are white parents. The students are not even talking here. So you should definitely listen to us and listen to the students, because we are the priority and we're the vision for this California. This is our California. We need to put steps forward in order to make everything okay for us.
Thank you.
Good evening. Maybe this is a perfect opportunity
it's
to be up here.
And he's
So
been
if you guys bear
incredibly
with me.
patient throughout the evening, Benita.
I stand here very conflicted because I have two boys. One who graduated from McClatchy, and we had a really interesting conversation about this because he said, "Mom, when I step out every day, I have a target on my back." Well, my son, as his height, who's 6'9", over 300 and something pounds, he has a target on his back. So for people to say you come and you feel unsafe, everywhere I step out, I am fighting for him. So for me to not say, "I'm sorry, you need to," I'm here for Christopher and Kenya, so if we can do 3 minutes, thank you. My struggle is that for me, it doesn't matter if they're on campus or off campus. The situation is that I am comfortable with them being there because I want to create a safe haven for me and him. And by doing that, I have entered into training with the Elk Grove PD. We did 8 weeks, and I pulled Christopher out of school. Why? Because I wanted him to understand a different role. I get as a Black woman that there's issues we have, and I step out out of fear. I do. And I agree with these students of what they're saying because my son agrees to that, and he graduated from McClatchy. But I have a gentleman back there that cannot step out of his house and tell an officer, "Help me to get to my mom. Help me to get to safety." So for me, I want him to learn that a cop will get him to where he needs to go. He will get him to say, if I'm lost, and if he can communicate to him somehow, and get them to me. So if there's one on campus that is related to know him, and say, hey, if he happened to get off campus for whatever purpose, they can encounter with him. I was working with Nina before she left to get her to work with students that are just like Christopher, who communicate with a device, who are in a wheelchair. If an emergency happened, what's gonna happen to these children? You know what I mean? If Christopher was much shorter, I guarantee I probably wouldn't even be up here. And I'm just honest to God truth. But my son, to me, is a poster kid, because you know why? When I speak to officers and then we're in training, you know what the first thing they tell me? I'm gonna wanna figure out how I'm gonna take him down. You know how painful that is? So what is my goal is? My goal is I wanna be in front of them. This is how you relate to him. This is how you talk to him. This is how you do this. If he's carrying a strap, it's gonna be a communication. Just this week, I was driving to Woodland to speak to an officer, to take him on a tour of the police station, and he's talking to officers and he's encountering them. Why? Because when they encounter and they hear that, I don't want a gun to come out. I don't want him to hit the ground. So you know what? You students, I appreciate all that you're saying. But for my child, I think that having him there was a lesson that he could learn, and I can engage in him. And maybe we can make it towards a more positive manner for other students that they can experience that. Because when I was a child, I knew if I got lost, I would go to a police officer. Mind you, I'm 53 years old, and that was a long time ago. I want my son to have that experience. So I'm glad this is a perfect opportunity. He's screaming and hollering.
Thank you.
So
thank you so much, Benita. And I just want to say, I feel like it's really important to acknowledge, as Benita was talking about, the need for having training and having SROs who have special training for children who have special needs like her children, to recognize that I so appreciate the student voice tonight, but there was some statements that were made that really did not acknowledge that we had some African American student leaders who had a different viewpoint. It wasn't just one ethnicity, and so I think we have to recognize that there might be division on both sides of the issues, but at the end of the day, there were voices who represented the beautiful diversity of our community, and we don't want to dismiss any of those voices. So in this, we're going to take a comment from student board member Eng, and then followed by board member Garcia. Oh, sorry, board member Christina Pritchett has her mic on first.
Thank you, President Ryan. This conversation is, it's hard for all of us, and I hope that you all do realize that. When I started doing research and I found an article that came out on August 4th from USA Today, and it read, El Paso and Dayton makes 251 mass shootings in the USA in 216 days. That is more shootings than in a year. That is frightening to me. And the very fact that I know we've had a couple people mention that we've had the loss of our director of school safety, and it's been about 6 months, 6 or more? Yeah, six or more months. And the work of school safety has been done in our district by our very own Lisa Allen, amongst all of her other duties that she has. That is not fair for our staff. We need somebody here on our site that will do the training. I know, I've asked for data, Angie. I've asked for data over and over again. And you know what? I had to go get it myself. That is for the district. And I'm happy to share what's in there. You know what I found? I went to the meetings in the community. I've heard you. I'm listening. I'm willing to come to the table. But I've also found that over the last 20 years, the presence of SROs has greatly increased. During the same time, the juvenile crime and arrests have plummeted. Throughout California, the juvenile detention facilities are empty and are closing. This outcome is directly attributable to the policies of the SROs. I could tell you, going out into the community and hearing what is happening, I think this is based on what's happening in our district, not the SROs. Shame on us. We let this go on for a long time. Shame on us. It's time for us to fix this together. It's time for us to come to the community and fix this. But the very fact of only having 3 SROs frightens me. I look at that list and I look at that graph, and I represent Rosemont, I represent College Greens, and I represent Rancho Cordova. I've said many times from this dais, if we don't have an SRO, we call the police. Guess who comes out? SAC sheriffs, not SAC PD. The average wait time for a true emergency is 7 to 10 minutes. And that is if there's nothing else in the queue that's gonna prevent them from coming out. It could be 2 hours, it could be 4 hours, it could be 2 days, depending on what the situation is. That's not fair for our students to be able to have that. It's not fair for our staff to be in fear. I think that we all need to come together on this, and I appreciate the work that our district has done. I am willing to say, yes, let's go down to 3 SROs, but I really need the data to show me what, if let's say Rosemont High School has an emergency and we have a roaming, is the SRO always gonna be at Hiram Johnson? I need to know that. They need to know that. We need to know what's happening. Will they be roaming just in their general areas? We need to know that. I need to know, is there collaboration with SAC PD? You know, just one more thing, sorry. There was a couple things that have said, like holding us elected officials responsible. We need to be responsible on this. We need to protect our students. And I think that on the recommendations it said, I can't remember, did it say 6 months to come back? I don't think that's sufficient. I think it needs to be 3 months and then an additional 3 months. And we need to come together as a community and figure out, is this working for us? Do we need more? Do we need less? Let's figure out what the deal is per site. I said earlier, we have a very diverse area. We need to look at all sites together. So with that, I'm going to move to approve the recommendation by staff on item 8.3.
We have a comment from Student Board Member Eng Olson.
Sorry, I'll try to make this quick. This past summer, I spent time in DC as a high school advocate with the ACLU, specifically in regards to the discussion of the school to prison pipeline, collateral consequences of implicit bias, and zero tolerance policies. And while I do greatly appreciate the security support given by SROs, in talking to a number of my fellow students, I'd like to stress the substantial student wariness on significant law enforcement presence on school campuses. And I do believe that we do need to be aware that we are not recreating the same structural and systemic problems that we should be trying to counter. And I think that it's clear that the status quo is not acceptable, especially with SUSD having such a high suspension rate for African American males. It's very clear and clear as day that something needs to change. And as we see a movement across our nation of an increase in productive discourse on the presence of law enforcement on school campuses, I think it's also so important to recognize the reality of selective enforcement and the normalization of exclusionary discipline as a danger to the success and well-being of our students. There is a need for security and law enforcement on campuses, but it's an imperative that is monitored and outlined along guidelines that reflect the needs and diversity of our student body. And when we need to talk about or have these kinds of balanced discussions as well as have accountability, especially with our budget constraint in mind, the fiscal divestment from SRO should translate directly to an investment in school counselors, mental health professionals, and social workers. The ACLU recommends the student to counselor ratio be 250 to 1, as well as a social worker to student ratio be like 250 to 1. And we need to be focusing on both the implicit bias training for staff and SROs, as well as the betterment of our student to counselor ratios, who can fulfill much of what we're asking of our SROs, such as rehabilitative justice, relationship building, especially when we highlight the need for caring adults that are there to guide our students.
Board Member Minnick, Board Member Garcia, followed by Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. So I have a few questions about sort of the process because it's not what I expected, essentially. So I thought that the direction from the board was for staff to have meaningful conversations with the community who has shown up over and over to make the request to eliminate or terminate the contract with SROs. Did that happen?
Staff engaged with representatives from groups in the policy committee meeting 2 times. We also, 2 board members and myself attended the July community forum. And I also know a number of board members reached out to community folks as well to talk about this.
Not meaningful conversations, and the data that was provided, model policies were not used. The alternative safety plan is supposed to be what you all are talking about, what everyone is talking about, the partnership.
Ms. Lopez, I'm sorry, this is a meeting for business. We already did honor your voice.
That meaningful conversation did not happen. We asked for dialogue. I would be more than
Ms. Lopez, Ms. Lopez,
opposing views so we can break this
Mr. Minnick, maybe you can speak to your attempts to meet.
We came to find out that there's no process, and we tried to build
Yeah.
that process. That
Okay.
did not happen.
So,
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
So thank you. I'm disappointed that it didn't. I had the expectation that it would. I was under the impression that a commitment was made after the clear request of the board that there would be meaningful engagement to find out an alternative. We started with the word divestment of SROs across the district. That's the statement that the board president made at the beginning of this conversation. That's what I thought the conversation was going to be like. That it was going to be a conversation to reimagine school safety without SROs at the center. And that didn't happen. That just didn't happen. I want to ask, what came back wasn't a proposal that was a reimagining of a school safety plan. It was just a revision, and it came back as SRO light. We still have SROs. They're just 50% of what we had. That's not the conversation that I thought was going to happen. And I just want to express my disappointment. I also think that the plan has some good elements. I don't want to discredit some of the hard work that you've done, the really good conversations that you've had with some of our neighboring partners, and how far ahead they are in this conversation. I am concerned that we're not farther along in a more meaningful conversation in terms of considering different alternatives, completely different alternatives, reimagining school safety without cops on campus. I want to know what kind of questions were asked of principals, the ranking that took place, and you mentioned campus monitors came in third, with SROs coming in first. What kind of questions were they asked? Were SROs part of those options? Because of course they're going to pick an option that they're familiar with, and it's easy when we're thinking about what is familiar for us and what is the least amount of work that they need to do. I realize our principals have a lot of work to do, but I really wanted the challenge to be, if you had to recreate and think about school safety on campus, what tools do you need in that toolbox? Think about it from scratch. I don't think that conversation happened. I thought that conversation would happen.
Board member.
I also, I'm still talking. Sorry, I have questions. Okay. I also want to know about the funding. There was $1.4 million contract that expired June 30th for 8 SROs and 1 sergeant, correct? And moving forward, the proposal is to keep 3 SROs and 1 sergeant for about $1 million.
And including the director.
Okay, so that needs to be clarified. That's an expensive contract. And I want to know, did we consider shifting some of those resources to hire more counselors, more mental health professionals? They're part of school safety. And I would argue they are staff that have a more meaningful impact on students, on student achievement. Our job is not only to provide our students with a safe learning environment, absolutely, and I'm committed to that. But it's also to make sure that they're thriving academically. And right now, we're not doing that. I want to, procedurally, this whole process just doesn't make sense to me. We have a policy that's underway, and that is still evolving. We're adopting a plan that should be based on state board policy, but that's not finished. We're hiring a school safety director, but shouldn't that safety director be tasked with bringing to the board a school safety plan that is comprehensive, that it goes out to the community, that goes out to our school sites, that talks to our community at large, not only our students? That's what I thought would happen. That somebody who has the job and the responsibility to come back with a plan would come back with a more cooked plan. And again, there's some good elements here in terms of training, in terms of moving away from the SRO. But I'm just surprised that we continue to think about a school safety environment with law enforcement at the center of it. And I agree with Board Member Pritchett. Moving forward, if this proposal is approved, reports to the board need to happen more frequently. We need to have data. We haven't heard an analysis of the data that has been collected over the past 9 years. We haven't heard, I didn't receive any information about what type of survey was provided to principals or school site administrators, what their responses were. We don't know about their responses from students with the school climate survey that goes out every year. What do they feel are important elements for school safety? We've heard from a student group earlier this year, and it's one of their top priorities. It's school safety. I don't recall them mentioning law enforcement being critical to that. So moving forward, again, I just want to highlight that, again, thank you for all your hard work and the good start. But there's so much work to be done that I just don't think this plan, as it is today, is in a fashion that we can approve. And I recognize that school starts in a couple of weeks, and we have nothing in place. I don't want to be part of a process where we do something because we're running out of time, rather than taking the time to do it right and get it right. And all I'm asking is if we can do that. If we can do that by focusing first on hiring the person that we need to hire, on tasking that person to go out into our communities and start having those difficult and honest conversations. Because it sounds to me that we are asking for the retention of SROs in order for us to have a faster time in terms of response time. That is just not good enough reason for me. It just isn't. Just because they can get there faster, what does that mean? What are the outcomes? We still don't know what the data says. And I have a lot of other thoughts, believe it or not, but I just want to make sure that moving forward, any conversation about anyone, at least if it's one law enforcement officer on any campus or in the district, we need to be clear about the role and the accountability. And that needs to be not only presented to the board, but presented to the community, so that the community understands what are some of the issues that are happening at certain schools or at the district, but also how those are getting handled and resolved. But as of today, I just can't support this proposal because I just think we're just starting backwards, and I just can't be part of trying to do something knowing that it's just not there yet, but only doing it because there's a timeline in place. But again, I just want to thank you for all your work.
Board Member Wu. And then you. Yeah.
This is a plan. It's a plan to hire a security director and 3 officers and a sergeant. School starts in 2 weeks. We have run out of time, and I recognize that this plan is fluid. It starts with 3 officers roaming, not located on any one campus. They're roaming, and there they will stay. So I'm going to second Member Pritchett's motion. Thank you.
Board Member Minnick, followed by Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. So I just want to address the folks who came out and spoke against, in favor of a full divestment of SROs. So if you had asked me a year ago how I felt about this, I might have been fine with keeping SROs on campus. I don't know exactly how I would have felt, a year and a half ago. I had some, you may disagree, but I had what I felt were some meaningful conversations with a lot of the people in this room and a lot of other students that really had an impact on me. Now, I was well aware coming here tonight that people are on kind of opposite ends of the spectrum, how they feel about this, and that everyone was going to leave here tonight unhappy with the result. Because this is something somewhere in the middle. But those conversations I had with Brown Issues, with folks from Black Parallel School Board or SAC Act, and that really changed how I felt, where as we moved forward, I definitely was clear that I was no longer comfortable with the idea of law enforcement officers on campus. And that led to a lot of conversations with staff, with Mr. Browning and others. And what you see here is not, I know that for those of you that wanted no funding to go to SROs, that this is not what you wanted, and I appreciate that. And I think, I would like to see that as an end result eventually too. But for me, the big priority was we need to not have school resource officers stationed on campus that can be used as crutches for administrators that want them to handle disciplinary issues. And we saw the list that they presented, where the kind of reasons why police officers or why our SROs would be called to campus. And they were pretty egregious crimes, right? We're talking about assault. We're talking about bringing a weapon on campus. like handgun on campus. And so, but all that other list that's going to stay in the hands of the school with hopefully the proper training and support that they need to handle that without law enforcement, I thought was important. And so for me, what changed, the impact that it had, the conversations with all of you, was that push to make sure that we did not have school resource officers located on campus. And I think that this is a fair compromise as a first step. And then I like Member Pritchett's idea of, a report back in 3 months and then again in 6 months so we can see what's working. This may be the first step to complete divestment and complete disconnection with law enforcement. It may be something else, I don't know. But I also don't think of this as re-upping that SRO contract that we had before. And a couple people said, you promised you weren't going to continue this. Well, it did end. And this is a very different proposal than what we had before with officers on campus. So I will say that I really was impacted, and you may not feel that your voices had an impact on our decision making, but it really did. So just know that, and you can believe me or not, but I'm telling you that it really did have an impact on me. So thanks.
Member Morawski.
Thank you. Just a couple more thoughts. The plan that we're talking about today is not the detailed implementation plan. As I understand it, a motion to approve it would be guidance to develop the more detailed implementation plan. So it feels preliminary. It is preliminary. I think we are going to have to maintain some flexibility, again, if the plan is approved, figuring out whether that's the right number of SROs, whether they're in the right places, what can they handle? I mean, because this is going to be a learning, this is going to be very different for our school site administrators who have had greater access to, a resource that's been there for them, take that for good or bad, but it's something that is being taken away that they will have to adjust to and take on greater responsibility. So I think, I just like to acknowledge that we're asking a lot of our school site staff. One thing that I see that I think has a big impact on safety and as a parent, my perception of safety and whether I think my child is safe at school is kind of crisis communication. And I don't see that piece addressed here. There's been incidents at school where, there's a cop on campus, what's going on? Or there's a lockdown, why weren't we notified? Or, things I hear from, throughout the district. And as far as I can tell, and maybe you can speak to this, but we can take it to another time as well. There doesn't seem to be a real systemic coordinated plan for how things get communicated. It seems like a site-by-site thing, and people are often left really surprised that they weren't notified about something. So I would like to see that addressed as part of the safety update. Yeah, and just the final thought is, really bad things can happen at our schools. And when those bad things happen, I don't think 911 and a beat cop or the county sheriff is a good option for our students and our schools. So, I would much rather have an SRO that is trained to work with students, that has a lot of the qualities that we'd like to see in officers that knows how to interact with our students. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Morawski. Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you, President Ryan. I want to just make a few comments on this. Typically, I don't speak on many of the items because at board meetings, we come as your staff. And as your staff, I can tell you that we put in as much time as we could. Member Pritchett mentioned Lisa Allen as our deputy superintendent, who without a director of school safety has been playing that role and certainly is not a role that, that I would want to task her with. But because of that circumstance, she's had to play that role. I know that this topic elicits very strong emotions. I've heard those emotions. You can hear them today as well. Every morning during the school day, when I get text messages, and I open the text messages because they've come from the SAC PD, I do think about what Member Morowski just mentioned. And I do think that this is going to have to be a fluid plan for the reasons that Officer Hines just mentioned. When we were talking to the SAC PD before June 30th, they made it very clear that they would have to assign SROs for a contract with Sac City Unified many, many months ago. So even if the plan were approved to identify non-school site-based officers, those individuals are not ready to come and work and support Sac City Unified. At best, if this plan is approved, my first call tomorrow will be to the SAC PD asking if we can have at least a sergeant assigned on the first day of school so that we can at least make sure that if something were to occur, based on slide number 10, that we are able to identify the role of a SAC PD sergeant and SAC PD officers versus a site administrator. We will have to continue to work on this plan. The idea that, for example, law enforcement investigates safety and welfare checks versus a social worker, it's true, but there are instances where we've had to depend on SAC PD to go to a home and investigate as a follow-up something that could have been criminal. And when we find out that it isn't, then we're all relieved. The reimagining part of this whole plan comes from the idea that every urban school district that we asked for feedback does not have they all have some form of SROs. Some of them have their own police departments. So we're trying to reimagine what school safety looks like without SROs that are school site based, that are based out of school sites, or that operate with a police department as part of the school district. We are probably alone in that, and we're trying to determine what does school safety look like, and our plan is as balanced as it can be, because what we're suggesting is we have to be very specific with the SAC PD department as to when they will come onto campus, under what circumstances they will be allowed to interact with our students. And it is going to have to be very specific and very defined. Otherwise, we will be tasked with the responsibility of making sure that we're interacting with our students and providing the right social and emotional and academic supports to our students. So that reimagining is real because we don't operate our own police department. We used to have school site-based SROs, and everywhere that we've asked for feedback and advice, these are schools that operate their own police departments or have SROs based out of each of their school sites. So that is the reimagining part of this whole venture, and it is going to be a very fluid plan that we're going to have to come back, starting with a status on our Director of School Safety, and a status on whether or not we will be able to find somebody to assign to us on the first day of school as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Board Member Garcia, do you have another comment, or was
I
that?
have another question, thank you. So will the contract come before the board, the contract with SAC PD? Have you considered requiring that I see that this plan has support, so this is going to move forward. The hiring of those 3 SROs to be as diverse as our student population?
So like Officer Hines said, some of them have return rights, but if there are new positions, then yes, the answer is yes.
There is an opportunity to ensure that the SROs represent the diversity of our own student population.
If at all possible, if it's a new position, again, there are return rights.
Right,
for the-
I understand that part. And what's the timeline of that contract coming?
We haven't started conversations because we needed to bring it to the board for approval first. So the timeline would be as soon as possible. As superintendent said, he's going to make the call tomorrow.
Okay. And generally, how long do the contracts, what's the timeline? Are they like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
It's honest, it's what we make it. It could be a 1-year contract or it could be a 2-year contract. It depends on the will of the board.
Okay, I would want for that to be on the shorter end, to continue these conversations, and to have the flexibility to further refine terms of that MOU, depending on what is necessary as this plan continues to evolve, whether it's data points, specificity on the role, and whether fewer SROs are necessary. So I would ask that be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Just two last comments. I mean, obviously, I asked for a couple critical amendments. I asked for the inclusion of community and student on a hiring panel for the school director position, which I think is very important. I think it potentially gets us a very non-traditional candidate for the director of school safety, so that when we're talking about what does it mean to have contracts with caring adults, even if they're small nonprofit contracts, how do we utilize that given the resource constraints? I also hear what you're saying about rights for seniority, and I know that several of the former SROs were reflective of our community, but several were not. And so I guess my question is there an ability to go back and say, because we are essentially crafting an MOU, these are the guidelines that we expect. I have spent countless hours with both the community forum response from the event that Black Pearl School Board and SAC did, and with the Black Pearl School Board recommendations. And two of them that I think are really critical that should guide the MOU we develop. One is when law enforcement is called onto campus, we have to have documentation and an MOU that includes specific policy guidelines for when law enforcement is called and what to do when they are there. And I think this is an opportunity for us to build upon some of the good work that's been done by our partners, some that have spoken tonight, to build that out. In the community response from the other event, there were several things. One was a request for a memorandum of understanding with relevant agencies. I hear the very real concern that without that memorandum of understanding, you are at risk of getting, in unincorporated areas or in areas that are served by the sheriff, Scott Jones. And we know there are challenges for our immigrant community, challenges for our Black and Brown community at a much higher level. The response rate is secondary to me to that concern. But it says there is also a request, this was from the community meeting that was held by Black Pearl School Board and SAC, that there might be a need for law enforcement during big events and football games, et cetera, the issue of how to address off-campus and after-school incidents, et cetera. But this has to be developed once again in the memorandum of understanding with a clear system of procedures and accountability that make it transparent to all when and why these individuals would be called. And so I feel like that's part of the build out. And I don't want it to be lost here because, in the conversations I've had with the ACLU and community partners and the countless hours I've spent over the last few months doing some of just the background work to better understand, this is a removal of all school resource officers from 70 plus campuses across the district, recognizing that discipline and the use of law enforcement when school resource officers are stationed on campus results in disproportionality and, in fact, perpetuates structural racism. We're saying that there would be up to 3 trained with these practices, including implicit bias, trauma-informed practices off campus that respond to things like firearms, bomb threats, altercations that are physical and cannot be broken up by school staff. That does not negate the need for mental health professionals. And frankly, when I championed Measure G, which just barely missed passing, we would have got $10 to $12 million to invest in student center supports to be able to have additional mental health services across the district. We need that kind of money. We need a significant investment like that. We do have a proposal in with the mental health workers and the mental health department at the county right now for trauma-informed practice training for teachers and staff across the district, and also for mental health workers at least an additional 15 school sites. We need to, I believe, roll up our sleeves and get to work in a shared voice to get those resources, because those resources help us get to the prevention piece of this that the pennies we have just cannot address alone. So I appreciate the work. I realize that there's a lot more to go. I have concerns. I absolutely want to ensure that we have data and a quarterly committee, as was suggested by other board members, to be able to assess the efficacy and make adjustments. And beyond that, I will say, will depend on the community members who have said they are willing to be there to do the work, to ensure both accountability and making the necessary changes so this actually addresses the needs of school safety, but moreover, the needs of our students across the district at large. Do we have a motion? We have a motion from Board Member Pritchett, a second from Board Member Wu. Student preferential vote? Okay.
This is only a motion from conference to action.
So we have a motion to take this from conference to action from Board Member Pritchett, a second by Board Member Wu. We do not have the student preferential vote at this time. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Okay, we have a motion to move this to action from Board Member Pritchett, a second from Board Member Wu. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? No. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your work.
We are coming up on 10:30, Madam President.
I need a motion to extend the board meeting agenda. Second. All those in favor? We're going to move it to 11, and I am so sorry to everyone who stayed from the Wellness Committee update, but appreciate all of the students who were also here late into the night to share their stories. Okay, we are on to item number 8.4, the Wellness Policy Implementation Update.
There we go. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Victoria Flores, and I serve as the Director of Student Support and Health Services. And here with me tonight is Diana Flores, Director of Nutrition Services, and Principal of Pacific Elementary, Tara Lampkins. We had a student from Pacific Elementary here as well, Samuel Madrigal. I'm not sure if he's still here. He kind of needed to get to bed. Yay!
Oh.
Yeah, you're going to see.
Gotta get him a little chair to step up on.
You're going to see him in a video later. If you're from the Wellness Policy Committee tonight, would you please stand up? I'm so grateful for all these people who
Thank you
stayed.
so much.
Diana and I are really standing on their shoulders tonight. California Endowment funds this work. Valley Vision really helps keep us going and facilitates our committee. And you're going to hear a lot about our partners tonight. So I know you've seen this slide many times, but this core value about disrupting inequities, this really speaks to us, right? As you saw in our school-based health needs assessment, our district students face a lot of health disparities, high chronic illness, less access to healthy food, basic needs, less safe spaces, and these are the inequities that we're really working hard to disrupt. And schools should not exacerbate these inequities. So this is actually a screenshot of a tool, of a flyer and a toolkit that Health Education Council helped us develop. This is actually local Sacramento statistics. So as you'll see, when our students get up into those teen years, they are really struggling with weight management. A lot of our students and families are food insecure. So this leads them to access unhealthy foods or convenience foods that are really low in nutritional content. They also have a lot less physical activity in their lives. So I just want to say initiatives like our sports program become really, really important to our district youth. So this is really our committee's moral call to action. It's why we're here at 10 o'clock plus at night and stayed so long. And fortunately, let me scroll through these. Fortunately, the federal and the state government also felt this moral call to action and actually enacted laws that say we have to do this. So we have to have a board wellness policy. We have to meet specific nutritional guidelines. We have to have it updated to those new guidelines every year. And then we are audited every year on this, or maybe not every year, but we are audited. So we wanted to start with some bright spots. There's things that have really gone well in these last couple years. Our work with the budget and accounting department and internal audits has actually been one of our most effective strategies. They have really helped our schools understand what they can use their money for and what they can't. And we're very, very grateful to them. Our Wellness Committee website's got lots of resources. I invite you to go check it out. Our link is there. We've got a new toolkit that you can access through Google, FAQs, and a brochure that was sent out district-wide with nutrition services. They use their resources that they send out our menu and sent this out as well. Health Education Council has also created a number of healthy celebration flyers. One of my favorite things about these flyers is it actually shows how cost-effective it is to do these alternatives and how much those cupcakes are actually costing our families. But we continue to set this expectation that you got to send something, right? We've provided really clear guidance to our schools this year, trying to really make sure that this policy gets into those student and parent handbooks and gets into those staff handbooks, because we really need our parents to help us enact this. And then another shout out to Youth Development Department. They've been great partners in making sure that our wellness policy requirements are in our MOUs and extend on into that expanded learning space. We also just wanted to highlight some schools we know are doing some really great intentional work. Please note there might be other schools that are doing this work that we missed, so I feel really bad if there is. But these were schools we really knew about and had relationships with. Many of you know Caleb Greenwood's one of the longest standing, and the principal at Caleb Greenwood said, "It works. It just takes time and commitment and difficult conversations." And she says she loves that her school culture is now centered around physical activity and positive affirmations and kindness rather than cupcakes and pizza and junk food. And so all these schools, though, are doing amazing work, providing healthy snacks to our students and really, trying to lean into this work. So we invited Principal Tara Lampkins tonight to talk about how she's done this at her school campus.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. Again, I'm Tara Lampkins, principal at Pacific Elementary, and proud to have a proud Pacific Puma standing beside me, Samuel Madrigal. Again, that you will see later. Pacific Elementary strives to adhere to the Sac City Wellness Policy. During the 2017-18 school year, Pacific made a commitment to begin the 18-19 school year with full implementation of the wellness policy. Pacific began to message this to our families at our 2017-18 open house, and then again at our 18-19 parent orientation. A copy of the wellness policy materials were distributed to staff and discussed at our site-based decision-making meeting, our school site council meetings. Wellness policy materials were posted in the front office and classrooms. Wellness policy materials were shared on Pacific social media and were sent home to families and discussed with families at our monthly parent coffee chats. Pacific also worked with the Health Education Council to provide cooking demonstrations to families of healthy options. We also worked with food literacy with our ACES program run by Sacramento Chinese to provide cooking demonstrations to our after-school students of healthy options. Food literacy also partnered with our Pacific Puma Paw Press, which is a student media group, and our STEAM cooking class to create, write, edit, film, and produce a video on the Sac City Wellness Policy. The film was completed with the Summer Quest students in the ACES program, and also we did several revisions at our school events. So for example, instead of having a cakewalk at our Harvest Festival, it became a mummy muffin walk. Our candygrams became pencilgrams. Both were received well. Additionally, several teachers would attach the wellness policy to their classroom celebration notices. Pacific did incorporate candy for the 18-19 school year for Operation Gratitude as an incentive to students who were to attend the day after Halloween. Students received a gold Puma Paw for any candy donation to the troops. We felt this supported our fight against chronic absenteeism and supported the wellness policy. For the 1920 school year, the Sacramento City Unified Wellness Policy is incorporated into our student handbook. Today we held our annual all-staff meeting, classified and certificated staff together, and the wellness policy was discussed. Tonight we held our parent orientation for the 1920 school year, and again, the wellness policy was discussed. Thank you.
Okay. So the next slide is going to talk about some of our challenges. The hard truth is it's still very challenging to implement a wellness policy in 80 school sites. We listed some sites that have had some bright spots, and when we learned of what Ms. Lampkins was doing at Pacific, we were encouraged that we can move forward. But one of the greatest challenges we've encountered is having school site buy-in at all the schools. It is challenging to implement a wellness policy when there's a lack of accountability on the rules and the regulations and implementation at the sites. We have a policy that's clearly communicated. However, challenges like food being deeply ingrained in our culture and in our school site practices, that continues to happen in most of our schools, in a number of our schools. Beliefs about food as an incentive or a reward. Many staff feel that's a way to build relationships with students, and those practices continue in many of our schools. As a committee, we are trying to set clear expectations and accountability, and all district leadership, we're asking for more support from all school site administrators in the same way that Ms. Lampkins did at her school. Sorry, I'm going through these. I always forget to click this. Next steps. We're going to continue messaging and with resources and developments. We have a toolkit that's available on our website. We are going to survey students and staff on how the wellness policy is being implemented in their own schools. It is a federal requirement to update the wellness policy and review it every 3 years, and we are at our 3-year mark now. So this year will be our assessment year. Did I miss something? I did. I'm going to go through it. Sorry. We also developed a poster. Miss Jamie Mallardy, one of our teachers, is featured on this poster. We would like to distribute that this school year in all the teachers' lounges to help inform that.
So I have to just tell you, that was my daughter's former teacher and her favorite teacher of all times.
Oh.
Total coincidence. I didn't know she was going to be featured.
Yeah. This is a poster developed just to help clearly communicate more with the staff at our sites. We also have a rubric where we're going to feature The beginning stage there in the red area, we're going to focus on those areas to try to bring sites more into compliance and look for ways to survey the sites and see where they're currently at. In order for our policy to be successful, we need all district employees, site leaders, and school staff to communicate and implement the wellness policy as required by law. In 2006, our last wellness policy was drafted, and I was asked to be on the then Coordinated School Health Committee in 2007. 13 years later, we updated our wellness policy in 2017. Many students were kindergartners when that first wellness policy was drafted and graduated last year, and there really was no movement for 13 years. I don't want to be standing here in 2032 and not see what we're seeing here at Pacific. We need to take the next step with our wellness policy. And we're committed to get there, but we are asking for more school site buy-in from all of the site administrators to get there. What she was able to do in 1 year is amazing, and it's because she decided it was something she was going to take on at her school site. We have a video here. Sorry. Where does the video come from?
We love junk food, but we also want to be healthy. We want adults to teach us how. There's a new school wellness policy, so we asked our food literacy teachers to help us make a healthy snack. We love tacos, but can they get us to eat vegetables in our tacos? We put them to the test.
Who's better, cactus or broccoli? How do we decide? May the best taco win. Oh, it's on. Boom. I like this one too. And the winner is ta-da!
Turns out we did like vegetables in our tacos. We created a celebration to comply with the school's wellness policy. The tacos were made at school by students, not parents, and they meet the nutritional guidelines. Here's a link for recipes and more.
You want to say you enjoyed making the video? You want to say you enjoyed making the video? If you don't want to, that's okay. And we have our star who was here with us, and he's just excited to participate in the video. Thank you.
Is there any questions?
I'm sure there are tons. We're waiting for lights to come up. I do actually want to ask you, because you brought up, do we have any public comment on this item first?
Oh, yeah, we have a lot of public comment.
Okay, so before we take questions, we're going to do public comment per process. Okay, and how many public comments?
There's about 12 here. I'll read them all off, and if you can stand up in line one after another.
So we have fewer than 15, which means you could have 2 minutes each, or if you would prefer, we can do 1 minute each. I want to be cognizant of it being late in the night. Can I see a quick show of hands? Do you want your full 2 minutes each or 1 minute? Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, come on up, 2 minutes each.
Okay,
Great.
please stand in a line when you hear your name called. Jennifer Kachmar, Annie Fairburn, Catherine Warmerdam, Kelly Michelle, Celine Alatorre, Trish Hartner, Trish Kelly, Angel Garcia, Angie Sutherland,
Oh, I think we lost a few people. Hi, Jen, come on up.
Samuel Avila, Mai Chang, Amber Stott, and Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Good evening. I'm here to ask the board to prioritize helping schools comply with the district wellness policy. As a kid, I would have been horrified to imagine that I'd grow up to ask for less sugar and fewer treats. But we're faced with serious health concerns. Studies have shown that 91% of American children today have poor diets. The CDC projects that for children born in the year 2000, 1 in 3 will develop diabetes in their lifetime. Racial and ethnic disparity make the picture even worse. For Latino children, it's closer to a 50-50 chance. We have healthcare debates raging in our country right now. And at the same time, there's a constant stream of junk food allowed in school for snacks and celebrations and rewards. These foods contribute to future health problems and increased healthcare needs. Allowing all this extra food in the classroom puts children with food allergies at risk. It overrides children's hunger cues. It turns schools into an adversary, not an ally, for parents struggling to feed their children well. And it impacts grade level readiness. Research demonstrates that good nutrition is linked to better behavior and academic performance. This policy is probably annoying and unpopular for a lot of people, but I also think it's needed. As a parent, it's my responsibility to determine how my children should be eating. And when they're at school, I have no voice in the quantity, quality, and frequency of treats that other people are allowed to give my child. There are too many families struggling right now with food allergies and worrisome health concerns. We need to change this disconnect between current health statistics and allowing unhealthy food in the classroom. There are schools in this district who have successfully incorporated the wellness policy. They put in the initial investment of time and energy to get parents and teachers on board, and it's now become the norm at these schools, freeing them up to focus on other priorities. I'm asking the district to provide more support and focus to move all our schools in a healthier direction.
Thank you very much, Jen. Mrs. Warmerdam.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Warmerdam, and I thank you for this late night opportunity to discuss the district's wellness policy from the perspective of a parent with 4 children attending Sac Unified Schools. I want to applaud the bold steps that the board took a couple of years ago to adopt a new wellness policy. I believe that policy was thoughtfully conceived and contains many common sense reforms that were badly needed in our schools, including important changes supporting healthy eating on campus. It is because I support those common sense reforms that I am so disappointed that the wellness policy has not made an appreciable difference in what foods are consumed on campus since its adoption. I believe there are several reasons for this. Number one, the policy has not been enforced. There is little oversight and no consequences from the district for schools like ours that are out of compliance with the policy. Number two, there does not appear to be widespread buy-in from teachers and principals, like this lovely woman we have here tonight, who's I'm just overwhelmed by what she's accomplished. If district employees don't champion the policy, it will go nowhere. Number three, there's not widespread buy-in from parents. Parents at our school routinely distribute desserts and other foods in the classroom because because our campus does not enforce the policy. Number four, a wholesale cultural shift, I believe, is necessary for the policy to succeed. You cannot change how 40,000 kids and their families eat without a major communications campaign to support that effort. Our hardworking district employees have worked to get such an effort off the ground, but a campaign of this sort requires more resources and support than they have been provided thus far. I am here to ask those of you sitting here before me to bring the wellness policy to life in our schools. Just 2 more sentences. 2 years after its adoption, the policy as it exists at our school site is as empty as the calories in a Snickers bar. Feeding a family healthful food is already a hard job. My school is making that job harder. That shouldn't be the case.
Thank you, Ms. Warmerdam.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Kelly Michelle, and I am a parent as well as a wellness practitioner.
I would like to speak in strong support of this wellness policy. I've been to many district wellness policy meetings, as well as I'm on the Whole Child Wellness Committee at LDV. I'm very passionate about this subject. Despite the policy being rolled out last year at our school, I still saw sugar and non-nutrient treats being handed out during the school day. This comes not just in the form of parties and birthday treats, but also in incentives for fundraising, sadly, as well as incentives for classroom performance. There is a great need for this policy to have more district support in its implementation because we owe it to our students to educate them on the life skill of health and well-being. This country has an epidemic of obesity and diet-related illness. This shows that our adult population is woefully undereducated about the nutrition and diet, what role that plays in a healthy life. We cannot always expect our children to be receiving the proper information at their own home. There is no nutrition curriculum, or very little, that I am aware of in our schools. I'm talking about science-based facts about why the food we eat makes it good for us or not good for us. The kids are missing the why component of why we're telling them about they should eat this, not that, why the peach instead of the cupcake. And when they have this information, they are empowered to make better personal choices. These better personal choices and this policy is the traction that's going to get this information to them is instrumental in guiding this whole generation to live healthier, longer lives than their parents and their grandparents. Most of us will not ever use calculus or trigonometry in our daily lives, but we all eat food every single day of our lives. And this backing, more support for this policy is life-changing for some of these kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, and members of the board. My name is Elena La Torre, and I'm with the Health Education Council, and I coordinate school-based initiatives. We're a nonprofit organization with a 28-year history of working with the community to cultivate health and well-being in underserved communities. And over the past 3 years, we have deepened our efforts to support Sac City Unified and its district wellness policy. As mentioned in the presentation, we know that in Sacramento County, 12% of children and 35% of teens are overweight. 35 is a lot, especially when we're talking about preventative health. Youth who are overweight will be at risk for immediate health problems like anxiety and depression, and are more likely to have obesity and serious health conditions later in life, including heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. This is why the district wellness policy is so important, and it's imperative that we address the health of our students so they can learn better and live longer, happier lives. The policy is an opportunity to help schools create environments that foster good physical health, good emotional health, and positive learning. In order to support the students, though, the policy needs to be truly implemented, truly supported, and I think truly evaluated by all levels of the school and district staff and parents and students. As a community partner, the Health Education Council helps schools implement the policy. As mentioned in the presentation, we developed a toolkit which is really there to make that advancement of the policy easy on teachers, parents, and everyone in the district. We work closely with the school administrators and parents at numerous school sites to advance the implementation. And since the adoption of the revised policy, we have seen progressive changes to create healthy school environments, but we also recognize that there's a lot of work to be done. We ask for your continued support in promoting the implementation of the district wellness policy to ensure the health, well-being, and academic success of all students at Sac City Unified.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Trish Kelly. I'm Managing Director at Valley Vision, and we are a regional leadership organization that supports the school district and other partners in sustainable and healthy food systems. We're supported by the California Endowment to help support the School Wellness Committee and to move the process along for implementation, especially adoption and the accountability and evaluation mechanisms. And these are extremely dedicated staff and parents and community partners who are really trying to help put the children first and put their health first. We all know the statistics and the measures. And I think the fact that we've had so many successes at a good handful of schools shows that this process can happen. So I think it's really incumbent upon the leadership to support the implementation and to support the adoption across the board. And I think that what's interesting too is that there are many vendors that are providing products, and it is life-affirming and life-changing for students to learn new ways to live and to thrive. So we just encourage the adoption and support of implementation, and we're here to support you in that process as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for having me here. My name is Maya Urching, and I am with the Food Literacy Center. I am the program coordinator and the volunteer coordinator, so I spend a lot of time. A part of my job is to teach kids cooking class and also just to inspire them to eat their fruits and their vegetables. And working with the kids, and also being a part of the district wellness policy committee, I realized that one piece that is also missing in the implementation is that education is not really a part of, the policy. We don't teach our kids about healthy choices. We don't make it much of a option or choices for our students. And so when I work with our students and I have kids who come up to me who ask for carrots, who ask for broccoli, I realize that sometimes as the adult in these kids' life, we're not providing these options for our students. And so if we make it, if we make it choices for them, kids, they will choose it. And I think one of the challenges that I hear a lot about is that, it's a hard sell. Kids don't like to eat healthy. They rather have the chips. But they do choose the broccoli. They do choose the carrots as well. And I see that, and I believe that it is possible. And I think that it's not a scary move to continue on this policy. It doesn't have to be scary. It can be positive. It can be really joyful. And our kids, they do choose it. And the older kids, they are ready to have these conversations. They are ready to talk about how can they make healthy choices. And there is a lot of demands in our program to go to other schools. And we would love to spread out more, but that also tells us that kids want this. They are demanding to know how to cook healthy. They're demanding to learn how to know how to eat healthy food. And so it can be good. It'll be a good thing. Thank
you. Hi. You waited it out. We appreciate it.
I wasn't going to talk about this item. But I heard again another member of our staff say, we don't have staff buy-in. We don't have site level buy-in from our principals or our teachers, and we can't enforce a policy that is a board policy.
Mm-hmm.
You made a policy 2 years ago, and where is the enforcement? Has anybody been held to account? Have any principals been, I don't know what your process would be when, say, for example, I as a parent, I know that I filed a complaint because our school was serving pizza as an incentive from the principal to encourage students to get perfect attendance. Mm-hmm. And I said, you shouldn't the board policy says no food incentives. And the principal said, well, I don't know about this policy, so I sent it to her. And eventually the pizza incentive stopped, but they're still not following the rest of the policy. Yeah. They're still removing recess for infractions, which is against the board policy that's part of this wellness policy. Where is the accountability for our school site staff? And the other thing I want to know is what we do about the recess portion. Is this a part of the wellness policy that it sounds very food focused, which I understand is a large part of it, but there's other portions of this board policy about wellness that are not, it doesn't sound like being addressed. And I want to know what's happening with those as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello, Board Member Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and fellow board members. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Amber Stott. I am the founder and executive director of the nonprofit Food Literacy Center. And I actually feel very fortunate about working alongside of these colleagues. I feel like when I get to come to these board meetings, it's usually because I am coming with joy. And I do not take that lightly. We are very conscientious of the fact that we are working with kids who experience toxic stress from the food insecurity that they experience. We are very aware of the traumas that they show up to our classroom with, and we make it a point to show up with joy because joy is part of health. And we are trying to bring health to these kids who have generationally experienced chronic diseases that are setting them back academically and setting them back in many ways in their school. So we're very fortunate that we get to work with Principal Lampkins and the kids at Pacific and many of the schools that were listed here, and that the kids at Pacific actually wrote that entire video. We didn't write any of it. We taught a class under the vision of Principal Lampkins, and the kids storyboarded it. They wrote the script. We taught them about the policy, and I think the most important piece that they had to say was in the narrative about the fact that they want to be healthy and they want it to be easy. And they're the ones who came up with the idea of putting broccoli in a taco. And then they voted for it as the best taco. So I'm really proud of the work that we get to do. I think that the school wellness policy opens the door for this work, and I hope that we can continue it because there is a lot yet to do. And so thank you for supporting it, and let's continue to move the dial and push on this because so many more children need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Are those the ends of our public comments, Mr. Barrios? Okay. Amber Stott, we let us love you. So I have to say, Tara, we're so proud of you. Pacific Elementary, for those of you who aren't aware, is our largest single elementary school that has struggled on multiple regards, in particular because it is a school that's in an unincorporated area with not a lot of resources. But Tara has done an incredible job helping to support student achievement at that school site. And I am very proud to say that we were the one school site in Sac City Unified that got famous international chef Jamie Oliver, to do a cooking demonstration with our kids, which was really one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, using healthy, grown in our own garden, fruits and vegetables that Amber helped to teach them how to prepare. I have a couple quick questions, and I think we now have 3 other board members who want to talk. And we're going to entertain a motion to extend the time by another half hour. Second, all those in favor? Aye, reluctantly, I'm so sorry. So you talked about the lack of site-level buy-in, and I've heard from many parents over the last couple of years. One, it was hard for us to get this wellness policy implemented. I remember the debates, and I remember people calling me a sugar Nazi, even though we were complying with federal laws. We were trying to lead the way in doing this very important work. Unfortunately, what I've seen is that at many campuses, there is a reluctance to change practice because food is so ingrained in celebrations and culture and fundraising, versus other schools like Pacific, where there have been alternatives that have been embraced, and courageously you have looked at trying to promote a school atmosphere that's based on a reward system on supporting a child's achievement versus giving them food. And so I'd love to hear more about what you can do to push back against that culture that is still resisting this policy. And then I'd like to ask the superintendent what our plans are for enforcement, because I did hear the first year that we were going to allow this change to take hold. We've had very limited resources to do the kind of informational campaign we would hope, although I've already asked Jen, the superintendent, to tape a video to go out district-wide on the wellness policy. And I'd like to know what else we can do to hold our school sites accountable to making these changes.
I can take the stab at it, and if Diana's got more to say. This is really the work of the committee. We're really trying to learn from this last year. We realized last year no one put it in their handbook. Very few sites put it in their handbook. And if our parents don't know better, they still want to celebrate their children, right? We feel compelled when we hear there's a holiday celebration or a birthday to do something. And if there's no guidelines or guardrails, the cupcakes come in. Mm-hmm. So this year we really pushed hard to make sure it got messaged to parents. It's getting
getting in handbooks, and that's actually one of the things we're talking about evaluating for school sites, because that's a pretty simple thing that we can do. Pull all of those handbooks. Did they even include it? We've got some other ideas about how to kind of track when complaints come in about schools and potentially giving report cards. I'm a social worker by training. I cringe at public shaming, but sometimes we've just got to call the truth, right? And if a school is continuing to sell soda or pizza or do non-compliant things, I think we need to highlight it. Anything you'd add?
I just know as a director of a large program, we have 340 employees. When I'm trying to implement something department-wide, I'm always holding their supervisory staff accountable. I put that in their evaluations. I ask them what they are doing about it. I feel like that piece is missing. Area instructional assistants could be a great resource for us. If they're having those conversations with site admin, that would be a great starting point. I did bring that up in our back to schools meeting last week, that's something that we really would like to see the site administrators being asked to talk about it at back to school nights. When teachers are having a classroom celebration and they're sending out signups on what people are going to bring, they're also attaching the wellness policy guidelines. There are little things that can be done to help communicate. I do feel site administrators know about the wellness policy. We presented at all the principals meetings. We've presented 2 years now at office managers meetings. We've had it in the Ed Connection. We've put it on menus for parents. We sent out these to 47,000 families. The message is out there. It's just not being adequately enforced. That's the hard truth for me. I say that. I do think we need some assistance, kind of a top-down approach. If we're getting a video from the superintendent, I think that's huge. We would love that. I guess that's what I would say. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Board Member Morowski.
First, let me thank you for your hard work on this and thank the community members and our partners who came out. This is a topic I'm really passionate about, so I am going to try to stay as brief as possible. But I do have a couple thoughts I want to share. So I'm just really pleased that we were able to have this presentation brought to the full board. I think it deserves this kind of attention. And so I'm just glad we prioritized it. My beliefs about our food culture in this country generally are that it's sick and it's making us sick. And I think a lot of that is, how it becomes part of our culture has been driven by nutrition marketing that frankly has led us into accepting what is really, from a physiological, biological standpoint, quite ludicrous when you consider what our bodies can actually handle and what they need. So I think it's within that context that we're trying to make some very big changes, and so I don't underestimate the challenge of doing that. I think it is really critical that we, regardless of what happens outside of school, that we do enforce this at school, because we are creating the norms. We are saying, I think it's worse to give junk food freely or constantly at school, because school is where you learn, what's the norm, regardless of what's happening outside. So I think implementation is really critical. I would love to, following up on Board President Ryan's question about accountability, I would love to just kind of maybe circle back to that with a written kind of plan, or just to take some concrete steps towards how we're going to hold school sites accountable. I know we're asking a lot of our site leaders at this point, but I would like to see that. And I think you mentioned that you're working on it with the committee, so I just look forward to, staying in partnership with you all as we work towards a healthier future for all our kids. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the efforts of nutrition services around our farm to fork, because I think, when you're talking about fruits and vegetables in particular, the quality of that food is so critical. Having like a real carrot as opposed to like baby carrots that have been sitting there for weeks, or they're two different things, right? And so I think teaching our kids how good food can be is so important. So I really commend those efforts as well.
I appreciate you saying that. If you ever get near Reading Avenue, you'll see the kitchen is coming fast. By next year, it's going to be done. And it is a mixed message for our students when we spend so much time trying to improve food quality so that they will eat it, when they've spent half their morning eating cookies, cupcakes, something else in the classroom. They're not going to eat it when they get to the cafeteria. And I do have a vision, our department has a vision for our district that includes fresh fruits and vegetables of a quality which we are achieving even now, but more so then. Papaya, blueberries, strawberries, that's on our salad bars all the time. I want that to be what they see at school. They see enough of the other outside of school and on the weekends. And you were, Mr. Superintendent, you were at our office managers meeting when I was challenged by an office manager. Why are you taking cupcakes away from our babies? They deserve it. And I said, we're giving them blueberries. And to me and to our department, that is the messaging we want to have at school. So
Thank you so much, Diane.
So I'm often told that, it's a special occasion or something.
Yes,
It's-
every day.
I think there's like 200 special occasions
Right.
in a year, so.
Yeah.
Appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
Was that it, Member Morosky? Okay. Member Garcia, followed by Member Minnick.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. So thank you for all the great work you're doing. Nutrition and healthy eating is a big topic in my household with my young daughters, mostly because we struggle with weight issues. They're underweight, so we're constantly looking for ways to increase calories, but good calories, right? Healthy calories. That has translated into them really enjoying cooking and baking. So it's just, I just see how much they're learning and the investment that they're making and the decisions that they make. Even at 10 years old, they make really smart decisions when it comes to food. But I was curious to know, how did you get the buy-in from the parents at your school site? Did you have some resistance? And just how did you work to get that buy-in?
So this is a work in progress. On our Pacific Instagram page, when I posted the infographic of the, instead of the cupcakes, other options, I had negative feedback on that post. However, we still posted that. So it is a work in progress. But I do want to say tonight, I had a parent come up to me and said, our student, we want to celebrate her. The first day of school is her birthday. Where can we get the approved food list? So we are growing. That's one of our themes at Pacific. We are growing. We have several garden projects on our campus. So that was very inspiring to me that the parent asked where could they get that list.
And I think that's really important, because we want to make sure that our kids feel like they're part of their community, right? To celebrate something with their classmates, but also making sure that as parents, busy parents, we have ideas of what is a good alternative that's tasty and healthy.
Thank you.
Board Member Minnick.
Hey, just a quick question. So a couple years ago when we were first kind of implementing this policy, one of the big concerns was around fundraising, and you talked about that already, and school events and food. And I remember meeting with groups of students at the middle and high school and talking about how nutrition services had the list of alternatives, or if they're having events, that they could order food through nutrition services so that they knew that it was like fit within the guidelines. They could order pizza through nutrition services as opposed to through, whatever. I almost I didn't want to give a shout out to some business. And so I guess my question for you, over these last couple years, have you seen that happen? Have you seen school sites or ASBs or whatever, like, contact your office to get information about what's appropriate for them to sell, or get access to food for events? Because that message kind of got out, and I know, I went out and spoke with a group, I think one of your staff people, something, at one high school, and I was getting, emails from others, and I'm just curious if, when we tell people, like, hey, you can do this, and then you're within the rules, if that actually, came to any fruition.
So we do get calls like that. I will say, I think almost all of them were elementary schools. I don't recall having a call from a high school.
Because it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
And I'm not 100% sure of this, but I've heard that John F. Kennedy doesn't even do food fundraising anymore. Like, they've come up with alternatives. I haven't heard what they've come up with. I know other high schools are still doing some of the food fairs, bringing home-cooked tamales in. I always worry about the food safety risks there. So we have still a lot of work to do on that.
Yeah, and I'll take responsibility. I've been out at school sites, when they're having some sort of, cultural event, and every classroom is full of home-cooked food, and I have not called them out on it when I should have, and that's probably our responsibility when we're out at those sites, to say, like, hey, and I think principals know, yeah, but this means so much to our families, and sometimes that is sometimes a priority for schools over, following the rules. And so I think we need to figure out how we can make sure that doesn't, that we're still following the rules.
You sharing that explains very well the challenges we're dealing with. We can have a cultural event, but we should have it in the evenings and invite the families. That's allowable. And then the parents are actually regulating what and how much their children are eating. So those are the things that we're trying to shift the mindsets of the sites to, and not focus it on the school day.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Member Minnick, I'm sorry. We have no other board comments at this time.
President Ryan, I did want to just mention,
thank
because
you.
the question was asked in two different ways around accountability, and just channeling the beginning portion of our board meeting with the presentation by the LMC, I'll ask Chief McCarn to ask if that could be on an upcoming agenda of LMC, so that the conversation can be had with all of our labor partners.
Absolutely.
Around how to, I know they want to do a unity picnic, but we'll have to think about what we cook at the unity picnic, but.
That's on a Saturday. Weekends are okay.
Yes,
It's on a
okay.
Saturday.
But I did want to mention, of course, that so much of it starts with just role modeling, and when I did have the opportunity to be with our office managers, while that perspective was shared, I also heard recognition from at least one office manager at her school site, commending the principal and his proactive stance, not only in what he tries to model in his eating behavior, but also taking food away or reminding students what they should eat and not eat, and what they're allowed to eat. So I think it's just a process that we will continue to work on, but we will report back and take this directly to the LMC and see how we can have this conversation all the way up to evaluating and seeing how we can address that.
Thank you very much. And just in closing out this item, I want to thank all of the Wellness Committee for 2 years of hard work, even when it was frustrating, even when you weren't getting the response you needed at the site level, for your perseverance. We're so grateful to everything that you did, to the staff, and to your continued commitment to seeing this implemented well throughout the district. It would not have happened without your leadership and partnership, so thank you. Can you take over for a second, Carol? Moving on to item 8.5, approve the district budget update and revision.
Go ahead. Good evening. So I was given a dare, and they don't believe I'm going to do it. Shall we taco about the budget? Let us begin. Nathaniel was the one who didn't think I would do it.
He owes you now.
I will say I was worried about following after the cute little video, but I think Nathaniel gave me one up there. So thank you, Nathaniel. So this evening we're going to talk a little bit about the budget, and the final state budget did make some changes, and I'm actually going to start from the bottom and go up, and you'll understand why I'm doing it that way. So the first thing that did happen when the final state budget came out was that there was a little bit of a change on what the STRS rate will be and the PERS rate. And unfortunately for us, that means that the cost actually went up because there was more STRS people than there are PERS people. And so the impact to the unrestricted general fund is $338,000. On the revenue side, small dollars in the lottery, both in the unrestricted and restricted lottery, a change of $2 in unrestricted and $1 in the restricted. Total combined is $120,000 more dollars. And again, that's a projected number from the lottery. And then lastly, the biggest piece, and we had talked about this in June, we knew that there was going to be more money for special education. At the time, I remember saying that, you know, if the equalization dollars come through, then we'll have that money and that will help us towards our multi-year projection. I was so sure that that was going to happen that I was surprised when a little thing got into the budget where there's some language in there, and all of these dollars that we're receiving from the state, the $6.4 million increase, and I'm sorry I don't have million after the 6.4, and I'm looking at the screen there. It's all one time. It's an ongoing obligation for the state to provide that monies, but the state doesn't have the language in there to consider it one time here, and they're also considering how they will be allocating special ed dollars to school districts. Do I believe that Sacramento Unified will have some good ongoing dollars that will go towards special ed? Yeah, I do. But unfortunately, that's hope right now, and we can't build the multi-year budget on that. We have to consider these as one-time funds. I would like to say that no new obligations came out of these dollars coming to the district. Several school districts are using these dollars to just help with reducing the contribution and not making any kind of investment towards special education, you know, at all. Some are using it for helping build some one-time, you know, facilities or whatever for their programs. And then some, I'm sure, are doing what we're suggesting here tonight, some professional development and some other one-time type things. But before I pass on just even talking about the revenue, I wanted to just remind everyone that when IEDA actually did come to be, it actually had a different name, but when the federal government said, hey, you know, you guys need to do this, At the time, we thought that there was going to be money that would come with it, and it was supposed to be approximately 40% of the cost. And the federal government is only picking up about 9% of the cost for Sac City. And of course, that amount hasn't changed at all with what we're showing you here tonight. But if there was 40%, that'd be $47 million instead of $10.5 million. So obviously, you can see it would make a big difference. So the funds here that are coming from the state, like I said, there is no new obligation that comes with them. The district should already be providing the services that have been given to the district for this purpose. So as we move forward to talk about the utilization of the funds, I'll go to the next slide here. What we're recommending is a lot of professional learning, and you can see here that there's a lot of good topics that you've already been hearing a lot about this evening. The first one here is to help all leaders, general and special education classroom teachers, and instructional aides. There's also been some talk about how much it does cost to do training. And so this is actually for 2 days worth of training. So the cost for all classroom teachers is about $500,000. So I wanted to clarify that. So this is like for 2 days worth of training in bully prevention, restorative classrooms, school discipline practices, interventions, implicit bias, and de-escalation strategies. And the second group of training is strategies for effective student support teams for our school leaders and school teacher teams. And they'll want to work on making sure everyone understands, how to use evidence, collection analysis, protocols for conducting a good, effective SST, and intervention planning. The next group of professional learning is for our case managers to make sure they understand the standards aligned to the IEP goals, the functional behavior assessments and development of behavior intervention plans, and the transition planning. And then moving on to the development of improving a plan to create better results for the desired results development profile. This is utilized by our preschool teachers on our preschool students with disabilities, and they're currently not being met. So they want to meet together with the teachers and create some collaborative planning lessons and strategies to improve the results over time. The next group is creating an additional IEP team for 3 to 4-year-olds for 1 year, and that's approximately $500,000. Currently, the students come over when they are 3 years old, and by the time they're 3 years old, there needs to be an assessment that is done, and it is a pretty intense assessment. They want to make sure that they're doing a good job of observing the child to make sure that they're creating a plan that will work for them and the parents. I got a little bit of an introduction to it by Becky this evening to help me understand the whole process. And when these students are coming, the team ends up sometimes getting behind. So this additional team will help them get the assessments done in a timely manner and address the backlog for IEPs. The last piece that we're recommending is to have some funds set aside for the Community Advisory Committee, and those funds would be used to provide for childcare, translation, maybe a light meal or two, and some professional learning for the CAC themselves. On to some of the local budget changes. We're recommending $25,000 be set aside for the building of some interim student assessments. And also because of the allocation of additional expenses being applied to the general fund, this also provides $192,000 to our restricted routine maintenance because we must spend 3% of our monies on the general fund for that purpose. And then the remaining 4.1 million, we're recommending to set aside for the possibility of additional teaching positions for possible increased enrollment, and for setting aside any funds that might be needed for the teacher salary restructure that we're still working on to make sure that we know what the true impact will be. And then in a future budget revision, we would come back to the board for any adjustments to the actual costs. And I wanted to stop here for a moment and talk a little bit about what the team has been doing in preparation for the schools, and making sure that we have the right number of teachers at all of the schools. You have a team of the instructional assistant superintendents, human resources, the enrollment center, and budget. We meet together and we look at the current enrollment that is out there. We've also worked with our IT department, and we've gotten the last 3 years of no-shows, so the students who are currently enrolled right now in this student information system, and how many of them traditionally have not shown up. So we have an idea of what we would be looking at there. In addition, we also asked them for 3 years of students who enroll, between the beginning of school and leveling. And we also asked them for 3 years of information of kindergarten students who unfortunately, enroll through like the end of September on a little bit greater level than other grade levels, to make sure that we're reserving room for those students that would be coming. So we're using all of that kind of information as we're looking forward, looking for if there should be adjustments or additional teachers provided at schools, or adjustments downwards too.
Let me stop you right there.
Sure.
We're gonna go to midnight? Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? Second? All those in favor? Aye.
So when we're, to take you through example at the elementary level, we also are looking at different things. For example, a dual immersion school, the Waldorf school. So there are different situations where it's just not a elementary school. The choice schools, the schools that traditionally have been utilized to receive students from the con capping that is done. And I will tell you that con capping, I'm not used to. I'm used to kids get to stay at their school, and that we accommodate the teachers for the students. So, I struggle, with that little part myself. And then obviously we're looking at combo classes and seeing if there's ways that we could reduce the number of combo classes, but you can see there's conflicting, pieces here to that. When you have, caps, and you either have to move students, or you need to create a combo class, or you would have a very small class in some cases. So it is definitely a struggle. Anyway, the team keeps looking at this, and we're making sure to keep ourselves abreast of any changes. There's meetings that are on a weekly basis, and I'm hoping that next week when we meet again, that we can, if there is a serious situation, that we can maybe work with Cabinet to have an extra meeting or so to maybe get some of the teachers out to the schools where we know that we really, may need them. Another strategy that is also being done is we have seen, like at school, that maybe they don't need the teacher, and so they're being proactive, and they're creating the classes without that teacher, so then the teacher can easily move. So the kids are starting with the teacher that we believe that they'll be working with. In addition, obviously, with all these changes or possible changes that are being happening, with human resources there, they can see where things might be, and if there might be some different, subjects or types of teachers that we might be recruiting for, and so they're already thinking along that lines. And obviously, they continue to post positions and try to fill them as quickly as possible. But I thought that if I at least gave you a little bit of that kind of framework for what we're working on, you'll see how seriously everyone is looking at it, and how they're prioritizing their time to make sure that we have the right number of teachers at the different schools.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we do. We have two public comments, Sarah Williams Kingsley and Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. First off, obviously, I think I can speak on behalf of the CAC, although we haven't met yet. We're very grateful for the allocation of this $7,500 to support the logistics for the CAC. On the concerning side, I'm very concerned about the proposed uses and the description for the uses of this funding, the special education funding, and the lack of accountability in the staff report. First of all, the proposed uses, I would think with one-time special education funding, we would first look to either the 175-page report from the Council of Great City Schools, or we would look at the findings, the dozens of findings from the California Department of Education that have found deficiencies in our special education services, and we would prioritize what the highest and greatest needs are for our kids with disabilities. Sort of reading between the lines, certainly I think we can all agree that meeting the needs and in a way that reduces the significant disproportionality that we have with our students of disabilities, whether it's suspensions or poor outcomes, is important. But this whole meeting tonight has been replete with concerns about the duplicative and disconnected and incoherent approaches to dealing with climate, anti-bullying, and suspensions. Adding more money in this very vague way is not only going to help, and it's not going to help our students with disabilities, which this money was tightly designed for. I've taken the time to spell out my detailed concerns with this money in short, and I've provided that documentation. I shared this with Ms. Bryant earlier this week, my concerns. I would hope that because this money is not needed in the next couple of weeks, that you would put this over so that we can actually more thoughtfully engineer this expenditure if we want to take bold and courageous leadership steps to make sure that we have accountability and tight alignment between our funding and our highest priorities. Please put it over so we can work together with the CAC and right-size this spending. Thank you.
And Ms. Hawkins, you sent us those comments this evening
I
as
did.
well? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a punch card for people who come up here multiple times in a minute?
No, but we might have healthy snacks at some point.
I've got a granola bar at some point. So I again, echoing Renee, am very appreciative for the money set aside for the CAC, but I also have concerns about the way the other amounts were set up. The CAC was told repeatedly throughout the last year that the student study team, the SST process, was not a special ed process. It's a general education process. So using special ed money for a general ed purpose doesn't seem legit. And again, echoing what Renee said, we have other priorities as a community advisory committee for special education. Specifically, I can think of off the top of my head that the district was in the process of piloting a dyslexia curriculum at the end of last year and is supposed to be finishing that pilot coming into the new year. And there was concern on our part that there wasn't money built in to train staff on how to use the curriculum or how to make sure that it was actually being implemented in all of our schools, which we've again addressed multiple times tonight. So if there's money to be spent, we have ideas for how to spend it, and we weren't consulted about how to spend it before this was proposed. We saw it certainly before tonight, but we weren't asked for our input. And our next meeting is September 24th. And so I would ask the board to delay voting and approving these funds until after our Community Advisory Committee has a chance to meet and address and recommend how to allocate those funds that are to be used for our students. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? So we'll take board member question and comments. I would like to ask Ms. Canfield, what would the potential drawbacks be to holding this item on the special education budget to make adjustments at another date or at a later board meeting? How would that impact the rest of the budget work that's currently occurring and the obligations that we have to submit budget revisions to SCOE?
Well, one, your direction on saying that, you wouldn't, what I don't know, what I didn't hear is if they were objecting to professional learning in general, or the specific topics, or they wanted it spent on something else. So to answer your question, if you were to approve it tonight, you could approve it with, reserving until, September, board meeting to talk about it more. I would not recommend that you have it go to the bottom line, because then you miss being able to use those funds for anything. Should I explain that a little bit better?
Yeah, can you clarify what that means, not having it go to the bottom line? I understand what the first part of the statement, but what does that mean?
So, since you're negatively certified, the fiscal advisor must stop you from getting into a worse financial position. So if you end up deciding that you do not want to allocate these funds and they go to the ending balance, you would not be able to bring them up and allocate them for any purpose.
And we need to make a decision on that by when?
Well, I would say what I would recommend is that you allocate it for this purpose, but direct staff to wait until September to actually spend.
So we can allocate it for this purpose and make adjustments?
You can.
So for instance, with Ms. Webster Hawkins, she sent an email this evening. I have not had a chance to read it. I've been in the board meeting. So we would be able to adopt it, but there would be the flexibility for restructuring the individual line items based upon doing some further research around how best to expend those resources.
Right.
Okay, that's helpful. Board Member Garcia?
So just a little bit more clarification on that, and then I have other questions. So we would approve these expenditures and the dollar amount. We would just not authorize the expenditure until a later date, or start spending the dollars until a later date?
So you would be putting them in the budget for the purpose that has been set up here, but by your action, if the whole board feels the same way, you're telling us, hey, let's take a moment to make sure that this is the best way that we want to utilize those dollars. I would want to be clear that are we talking about the whole, 1.2 million? Are you talking about, the 551,000 for the IEP team, the 7,500 for the CAC, and all of these here on this page? I wouldn't recommend leaving everything in limbo, because I can tell you that you probably are going to have some teaching positions, and so we would want some funds to be able to let your staff, move forward and respond appropriately.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It somewhat does. But I did want to get into some of the specifics on what's being proposed. So it's my understanding that these dollars that came down from the state's perspective, these are an ongoing allocation. This year, districts must treat them as one-time dollars, because subsequent allocations will be different, will be based on a different formula, specifically tied to policy reform. that's going to be work on starting next year. So we don't know what we're getting, what sort of restrictions those dollars are going to have, even though they will be coming to us on an ongoing basis, right? Dollar amount, et cetera. These dollars are intended for special ed services. They're not strictly tied to special ed services. So I understand why you're proposing funding some of these professional learning services, et cetera. I did have a question about preschool teachers to create a plan. And I think you mentioned that the preschool teachers will work with the K-12 teachers. Are we talking about K-12? Are we talking about K-3? And I'm just wondering what sort of contractual limitations we may have in terms of making that work happen.
So my understanding is that this is for preschool teachers only, and there is this profile, this DRDP profile is, we are not meeting some of the standards for our students with disabilities. And so they want to help have the teachers come together to figure out some best learning strategies to get better results on that profile.
So it's insular, though. It's just preschool teachers meeting amongst themselves to come up
Correct.
with, so it wasn't across grades?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I said something wrong.
No, I'm just trying to think how it's gonna play out. The additional IEP team for 3 and 4-year-olds, the $551,000 proposed allocation, are we talking about a backlog? Are we talking about, is this a 1-year team? I realize we're using one-time dollars, but are we going to spend those dollars over several years? So I'm just trying to get a sense of what the need is and what do we expect for this team how much work do we expect the team to advance? Is it a 1-year project? So I would imagine that we get 3 and 4-year-olds on an ongoing basis. So just trying to get a sense of what the unmet need is.
So I'm going to have Dr. Taylor take the lead, and she might open it up to Becky Bryant also.
Yes. So the challenge with the 3-year-olds in particular is that there's a backlog because the 3-year-old birthdays are, they're sporadic, right? There's not a predictableness about when they're going to occur. So this is really trying to address a backlog to clear it out so that moving forward, there's more of a, it's kind of catching up so that then there can be some more consistency in the service. And so we're thinking of it as a 1-year kind of triage to address a backlog.
Do we know what the backlog is? What the number, more or less?
I'm going to ask Ms. Bryant to come and speak to some of the specifics.
Hi, good evening. This summer, we put on an extra team. In the past, we have not had teams work all summer long, which then we had a worse problem in the fall. So a few years ago, we began to staff teams in the summer. We started with 1. This year, we had 2. We had to extend the time that they worked, so a couple of teams, they tag teamed, and they've worked all summer long. We still have a backlog. It's a compliance issue for us because that's one of our key performance indicators is that we need to have 100% of our students assessed and offered services if they qualify on their 3rd birthday. So it's important to us. It's been kind of a nagging issue for us for a while to clean this up. And because we cannot always predict how many preschoolers we're going to get each year and what time of year they come, because we get them from like 3 different sources of income into the district. We feel that if we can clean up this backlog, then we can start fresh the following year, and then we will be compliant. It will still be a challenge to stay compliant, and we may in fact need a team like that on a more permanent basis, but this would assist us for this year.
But we still don't know the number of a backlog.
Currently, on our dashboard that we keep for our late IEPs, we have 7 that are overdue right now and 11 more coming due within the next 30 days. And as our staff doesn't even return until the end of the month, there's no way we can meet that timeline.
You started behind.
Yes.
Okay, and then just a couple more comments, but one, thank you, I appreciate that. The CAC investment of $7,500, that's not a one-time investment, right?
No, that's not one time.
Okay, that's ongoing. That's great. And then I did have a question about the remaining $4.1 million. So can you walk me through sort of what happens to that dollar amount? Does that kind of get parked aside for the time being until we determine what enrollment looks like, what potential additional above what has been budgeted for in terms of the teacher salary restructure, and then anything else that may come about? I think I'm trying to get a sense of, we park it for now, but then what? When can we start considering those dollars to, for potentially look at the report and all of the recommendations that are contained in that report, working with the CAC to start prioritizing how to best utilize any available one-time dollars that are to target specifically for special ed, so that we can start making progress on addressing some of those recommendations. I'm just trying to get a sense of timeline, and I'm trying to get a sense of dollar amount. My concern is that we would spend all these dollars on other things, and the need is there's so much need in special ed. So just start to chip away at that.
Right. So the earliest that we might know something would probably be like in October, but it could be that we would wait until like the first interim in December. But I would think you would have a pretty good idea in October. We would have known how many teachers we would have had to add on, and we should be done with our retro for our teachers. So I would think that we should be able to do something in October, but the latest would be in December. And I just want to say, I don't want it to come off like I don't think that we need to do things for special education, but I'm balancing a lot of little hats here when I'm saying this. There is no requirement to actually have to spend these dollars on special education. So I just wanted to make sure that I've said that. I know it makes some people upset when I say that too. So I'm just being honest that, the board can decide how they want to utilize these funds.
Now, I understand that there are loose restrictions on these dollars from the state. It's not something that the district is doing. And then my last question is, generally, one-time dollars are a good opportunity to set those dollars aside and put them into your reserves. So I just kind of want to then come back to the bigger picture and the bigger budget situation. What does that mean? Where would that put us in terms of moving forward and addressing our structural deficit?
Good question. Thank you for asking, because I should have also included that in too. So since they are one-time dollars, it does not change your structural deficit. What it does do, it increases your reserve. If you were not to spend any of these dollars, it would increase your reserve level to help with ratcheting down on the issue, and if, for example, if negotiations take a little bit longer or something like that, to get a solution. So one-time dollars are for that purpose. They help one time. So when it does go to the reserve, obviously it is helping that, but it is not helping to that 26 million that we, on the recommended plan. It doesn't reduce that number one iota.
But it does help us
It does help with the
push out
reserve.
when we run out of cash.
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, and thank you, Member Garcia, for asking a few of the questions I was going to ask. So I do have a couple more questions, though. I think one of the things that we should be clear about with respect to the special ed funds that were provided through the budget that are one time is that those particular funds need to go to special ed, but what that does is it offsets the unrestricted general fund contribution that the other side of the budget has to make. So like if special ed is like a bucket, and we have to fill it up, the feds pour in a little bit, the state pours in some, and then general fund fills in the rest. And so what this does is the state poured in a little more, so that means our general fund has to pour in a little less. Now, what that basically means is to my understanding, that those funds are fungible. They don't really come with strings attached. Those have to be used for special ed, but it offsets spending in other areas. So I just think we need to be clear about that and thoughtful as we go forward and deciding, how to allocate those funds. Given that we're in a negative certification still, my first thought as, kind of a budget analyst in my day job, is why aren't all of those funds going to the bottom line to kind of help with the, to build up the reserve and to help with our budget? I do understand the need for some of these real specific investments, and it sounds like the way the IEP team was described, the 550,000, that probably should have been built into the special ed budget. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's an extra or an optional thing. It just seems like that's right? I mean, am I reading that wrong? I don't know if Dr. Taylor, if you, or Ms. Bryan, if you could address, why is that not just a kind of run-of-the-mill cost for special ed?
Well, it is. We already have it. We have 2 teams that work throughout the year. Then they come back in summer, or we recruit other people to join the team. So, but we're still behind. And so I can't honestly say that I know that we need another team forever, because we've been behind and we haven't been able to catch up. And so we're requesting the funds to make sure that we can catch up, meet a compliance item that we need to meet, and then evaluate whether or not we need that amount of personnel permanently.
Okay. And then, as we've been talking about building a better kind of model for the special ed budget, maybe that's one of those things that we can kind of include as projected cost to just meet whatever the demand is, right? Because it is an entitlement, right? Let's see, on the other piece of the investment proposal is the 1.2 million in professional learning. And my understanding, because I did ask this question and I got to talk a little bit to staff before this meeting, is I thought it was my impression that this was responsive to the special ed audit and some other recommendations that have been made also by other advisory groups. So I would like to hear a little bit more from Dr. Taylor about how, what exactly this professional learning addresses, and because, I mean, this to me is a lot of the things that we've been hearing from a lot of the community groups.
Yes, so I think what the CAC members are saying is that there's a lot in the recommendations, right? And this particular set of professional learning is designed to address some of the suspension data that we have around our students with disabilities, as well as some of the concerns that have been raised by disability rights, right? In terms of climate, in terms of suspensions of students with disability. And so it's one of, I would say, several topics within the recommendations that need to be addressed. We are, however, trying to also look at some other areas in terms of IEP completion and IEP goal setting and ensuring, one of the things that came up in the Council of the Great City Schools report was around SDC classes and the rigor and the expectation within those classes. And so some of the professional learning around that is designed to support teachers in being able to write goals that are robust and standards aligned, right? So again, it's a limited set of funding that can help us move the dial on some of the items that the council has called out.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I assume maybe we'll talk more about the details of that. Can I ask for an update on enrollment, actually where we are now, and what we think we will need? Because I know we've sort of taken the additional funds and put those aside, or sort of backed into what, the additional money that we've allocated to the certificated line. So I just want to know, what do we think is realistic? Have we actually seen any enrollment increase that would indicate that those funds, that we would need those funds for increased enrollment? Because also, I'm sorry, if we do have increased enrollment, we get that on the revenue side as well. So I'm just trying to kind of square all those things.
Okay, so let me first, I'm going to take it apart. If there is increased enrollment, do we get additional revenue? It has to be a lot more kids before we get additional revenue because we're in a declining enrollment situation. It will help for revenue for the next fiscal year, but so if we end up having more teachers, we're just going to right now have more expense. We're not going to have more revenue.
For 1920.
For 1920.
Check.
So as far as the number, you know me, I'm Miss Conservative, and so I really don't like to throw out a number unless I have a good number for you. I can tell you that there are pockets of schools that have an increase in their enrollment. And so we also, again, have schools where, if you have the dual immersion going on, you're going to have smaller classes, for the dual immersion in the English only. And so it may look like we're giving more teachers at that school, but it's because of the mix of kids. So that's an example of something where the enrollment may not necessarily be all that different. It's just how the kids happen to fall. So I'm not going to give you a number because I really, we haven't as a team agreed on it, but the piece that I think I tried to make clear is that if we see something as a group that we all agree upon, that we'll want to try to see if we can do something, be proactive before school actually starts, because then if we can have the kids in the classes that they're designed for, great. The other piece that I have to also state too is that I'm used to middle schools and high schools not having to level, and that if a school is lower in enrollment, that they get a heads up that, hey, next year you're probably going to lose some teachers. But if there is schools that the enrollment is higher, that you do obviously respond and ensure that they're staffed appropriately. So Again, I know it's really hard to adjust the master schedule, so to me, it's like something that it needs to be kind of significant, and I don't know how the rest of the team feels about that. I've been talking that way. So I don't know if that's how the team will land, but, so there might be times when maybe I personally would recommend that, you know, do you really adjust the whole master schedule because you have 30 less kids at middle school? Or do you wait until it's like 90 or 100, if you are getting the drift of what I'm trying to explain?
Okay. If we do have increased enrollment or increased enrollment at certain schools, wouldn't there be a classified impact as well?
Thank you for asking that question, because if I had been as thoughtful as
My
you.
apologies, Ms. Canfield, we have to extend the meeting again to 12:30.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
That has been coming up in our staffing meetings also. So the IESs are letting us know that there's, you know, some adjustments that need to be at some schools. In particular, I'm hearing at the K-8s that maybe our staffing allocations aren't really working out the best for that a couple of the different schools. So I do know that there are some instances, they're not huge, but there's a couple here and there, less than 5, that have been talked about. So that is something that if I were to rewrite the memo, I would have said school staff, so that it would have given the opportunity for the team to be able to adjust where it's appropriate.
Okay, yeah, and I do recall that we have a lot of our classified employees still on a list of a rehire list, so I want to make sure that there's adequate funds to be able to also increase classified staff as well, as, pertains to the need.
I would say that in that same bucket that we're talking about, I don't, the plan, at least in my mind, is not to spend that whole 4.1 million.
Right.
Only to spend what needs to be spent, to meet the needs of the school district. But again, if we didn't allocate those funds, it would be going to the ending fund balance, and the decision would have been made for you. You would not be able to spend those monies for anything.
So you can come back with a budget revision that reflects
correct
increases in, okay, got it.
Okay.
Do we have any other board member comments or questions? No, okay. This is an item from conference to action. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any abstain? No? Item 8.6, and we've extended.
We need to vote
Oh,
to
sorry, we
action.
now have to take an action vote. Do we have a?
Can I suggest before we do that, did you have a motion that had an amended?
I did have an amended motion on the
we can
table,
clarify.
which was essentially to, and Jackie, please help me to ensure that the language is precise, to approve the budget update and revision, leaving the special ed item as is with the ability to alter it before the September deadline. Is that correct?
There is no deadline date. Are you talking about the 1.2 million? Or,
Yes.
okay. So
we're adopting the revision, but you had said that even in doing that, I can have stipulated language that allows us to massage how those dollars are spent. And so I'm just wondering, Jerry, what modified action item I need to propose in terms of the motion, given that context?
It's hard to articulate, I think, what was said, other than so move if you understand what she said. And it may be articulated, and may I suggest you state what you believe the understanding is to the board?
Can I make a suggestion? I'm sorry. I would like to suggest that we approve the dollar amount, but bring back the plan for board approval.
All right.
Does that make sense? So then we could actually see the
Canfield, will that work?
line items of where the different dollar amounts are going within the 1.2?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we are approving the dollar amount and bringing back the plan with the individual line items for the 1.2 million. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor? Motion carries.
All right.
Thank
And
you.
that's the adoption of the budget with that addition.
So now we're on to the last item before consent agenda. And I do want to just remind our board members that we have to go back into closed session for 2 special education cases tonight. And Old Marshall.
Good evening, Superintendent Ryan, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Amari Watkins. I'm the Director of Accounting Services for the district. We are last but not least, prior to consent and your closed session, I'd like to present Jeff Small from our financial advisor, Capital Public Finance Group, to end the evening with our resolution to bring forward the bonds for sale, the remainder of our Measure R that will complete the kitchen project, as well as some additional news from Mr. Small about what's transpired in the financial markets today, and some additional conversation we'd like to have regarding that.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Great to see you again. Jeff Small, Capital PFG, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. I see that there's some new board members since the last time I was here. Capital PFG is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission as a municipal advisor, and as such, we have a fiduciary obligation when presenting financial information and financing recommendations to you. I just think that's important to keep in mind as we go through here. But what a great day. 2012, district voters approved 2 measures, a Measure Q and Measure R. Measure R, as you know, was to fund health and safety types of projects, including the Nutrition Services Center. Tonight, we have a resolution before you. It will authorize approximately $30.9 million of general obligation bonds. Those bonds will fund the construction project, construction of Phase 2 of that central kitchen. Promise that was made to the voters in 2012 and being kept today. Very happy about it. One of the things that makes this a secure debt borrowing is that the debt is repaid from the tax base. The district's tax base has grown over the last 25 years to $38.5 billion. It is tremendous. And over the last 25 years, it's grown an average of about 4% a year. This last year, it went up about 8%. That means that it's a very healthy tax base. It's very strong.